All right, when we said the price was going to pump, it pumped. When we said the price was going to dump, it dumped. When we said that it was going to consolidate for a little bit, head lower, it consolidated for a little bit and headed lower. When I said that it was going to consolidate and then head higher, it consolidated and then it head higher. All right, we're getting right back into the charts. Lacey, get away from my food. I stream 3 times a day. I don't even have time to eat, so I gotta eat my food like right in front of you guys because we're the hardest working channel in crypto and by far, in a way, the most underrated. Alright, so let's get into these charts. I was already streaming this morning. I didn't really have time to stream today, but we're streaming again tonight because, like I said, and I'll stream 3 times a day. I don't care. Alright, Ichimochi Cloud. This is on the 4 hour. We have a little bit of overhead resistance on the 4 hour. Super trend saying sell on the 4 hour. Let's get some VPR on the EMA ribbon. So yeah, it looks like we just have all that resistance again on the 4 hour up above. Alrighty. And it looks like we broke out of that consolidation pattern. It looks like possible double top right here or triple top or what's most likely right here. Check this out. This is what seems to be most likely on the 4 hour, right? It's let's see how this idea plays out. Fibonacci channel, no, that's not what we want. We want parallel channel. So something like this. I always have a hard time with the parallel channels. I have a harder time with the parallel channels on Bybit. Alright. So this is kind of the idea. Let me just confirm that this would be more so of a downtrend. So yeah, we have the low and then the higher low and then we have the low and then the lower low. Yeah, I would say this is an accurate formation right here. Okay. Yeah, that's probably fine. So according to this, it's not letting me. Oh yeah, you go right here. Every trading site's different. All right, that's fine. Um. So right here, this looks like to me, it's either a triple top or it's so like a double top would be like right here, the price action. And this is actually more, we've seen some of these double top formation, but they're not textbook. This is more so textbook double top. Not entirely because the price action isn't coming from below, but you have the price action coming up, coming into the first top, second top. I like drawing it. I think that really gives you guys a better idea of what's going on in these markets is if I draw it. So let me take that out. There you go. So that's the first top. That's the second top. And then this would essentially be the neckline right around this area. And then essentially we have like a third top right here. Now, if you're new, you might be saying this is a head and shoulders, but this is definitely not a head and shoulders because this would be like it's not a head and shoulders, but this could be a triple top, potentially pattern. Um, We're gonna erase that. I just wanted to show you guys that so you guys get an idea of what we're looking at on the 4 hour. Alright, let's go over to the 1 hour. I'm gonna have to these lines are still valid even though it's part of our previous consolidation point. The price action does tend to respect these lines, so I'm going to continue drawing these out. Alright. This is on the 1 hour. So it looks like we kind of found resistance at this level and it's heading lower. This is more so a head and shoulders on the hourly. I'm going to zoom in on the y-axis to look at the height on this. Yeah, this is more so of a weird head and shoulders pattern. And it looks like the neckline's been broken for it right here. It would be right here. This isn't really the shoulder right here. The shoulder would be right here. This is a ginormous bullish engulfing candlestick. But right here, the second that I see this ginormous bullish engulfing candlestick, and then the second I see this bearish engulfing candlestick, it's not engulfing the previous, so it's not textbook, but this is the same principle, ideology. It just shows indecision in the market. We're going up, then we're going down. Let's take a look at Bitcoin dominance before I move any further, just to see if Bitcoin dominance is continuing to fall and if money is continuously. Oh, and guys, I made that trade on. I made that trade yesterday on Bybit in front of you guys last night. That trade did excellent. I talked about it this morning. So yeah, I mean, we are by far and away the most underrated channel. We longed Ethereum live. Like, what can you say? We made the best call in the crypto space. Like, if you're longing Ethereum right now, bravo. Let's go to 30 minutes so I can get more of an understanding. It looks like it's consolidating, and more so, this just dictates indecision. Are we really having alt season? And then also, like I said before, you got to understand market psychology. People are probably just taking profits. Let's look at ADA because I talked to you guys about ADA. I said ADA is a ticker symbol for Cardano, and I've been talking about Cardano since forever, and we had just been absolutely killing it. Cardano was up 9% today since I told you guys to go get it yesterday, or I didn't tell you guys to get it. I told you guys to look into it because I don't want you guys to ever just take my advice. I'm just like, go look into Cardano. And I told you guys that the day before, and we're up like 29% since I told you guys. So it looks like Cardano's in an uptrend right now, and it looks like I was going to school to be a doctor. I wasn't going to school for those like financial credits. So I don't have those financial to be a freaking financial advisor. I have a bet way better. I've out invested so many financial advisors. It's just stupid. Okay, the financial advisors are going to tell you not to get into crypto. Or at least that's what they were saying. JP Morgan, all that crap. Now they're switching their tone, like they're just full of it. So I'm not a financial advisor, but this looks like a great entry price, possibly to start cost-based averaging in is what I would recommend. I saw this Sunny Decree was talking about taking profits, and I was like, okay, like this seems like an interesting video. I'll take a look at it. And all he basically, you don't even need to watch the video. Just cost-based average in. That's what everybody says. That's what everybody knows. And when you're taking profits, just cost-based average out. Like no duh. Like you guys are acting like, I was in the stock market, made 400% in a month when there was that correction. I was in real estate, made 500% ROI, 2017 right after the bear market, or right after Bitcoin started to tank. I got into real estate, and we just been killing it in every single market. Got into business back when everything was a little overbought on the assets. But y'all are acting like you just don't know stuff. Like, don't be making some dumb videos. Like, I just see the dumbest stuff, man. Alright, so let's take a look at Ethereum. We are so underrated, it's ridiculous. I don't care how I sound. We are so unbelievably underrated. Alright, so this isn't really a head and shoulders. This is probably a double top right here. This would definitely be the neckline. But yeah, our trade's still up. When we made our trade, it was 11,040. I was like, we got to long this thing. And earlier today, we were pumping. I was taking a little bit of profits, just a little bit. Yeah, cost base average out of position. I've been saying that since forever. So we were up like over $1,000 on this trade that I told you guys about last night. And then I just kind of want to zoom out a little bit. And I'm trying to figure out, I was drawing necklines. Those are necklines that I'm looking at, but I'm trying to figure out exactly. It looks like just consolidation, and then like everybody in the space is saying, it's an underrated asset. If anything, these prices are somewhat appealing, but you want to. It looks like it's slightly in an uptrend on maybe a channel, maybe following a little bit of this price action, ignoring this. This double top's playing out right here, it looks like. So we'll take a look at that right now. So you have this trend line, this W. Everybody in the space is you can call it a W formation. It doesn't matter. It's whenever I read a textbook for trading, they always call it a double bottom, but they also call it. So this measured move hasn't played out yet. I think we talked about that the other day, and I basically the reasoning for why this is underperforming so massively is just because it's correlated to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin tanks, ETH tanks. Nobody's really explaining that in the crypto community. That's fine. I'll do it for you. I'm not gonna keep saying that we're underrated because it's fine. We don't care. All right. I'm gonna look at the DXY because, as you guys know, DXY can be a lead indicator for Bitcoin. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Let's see. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I've been in the crypto community for a very long time. I made 600% ROI recently. I'm most of my money is tied down into real estate, unfortunately. But I did have about $20,000 in cash that I put into crypto, and around 11,000. I just thought it was a no-brainer. Before then, I was just cost-based averaging in the risk-reward ratio. There's always a risk-reward ratio. The risk-reward ratio. I just felt comfortable cost-based averaging in like 6,000, 7,000, 5,000. I was more involved in the stock market and got a 400% ROI when when Bitcoin was at $3,000 in the recent bear market. So there's a double bottom right here. Um, so a lot of resistance right here for the DXY. DXY is a little bit higher than it was yesterday when we were taking a look at it, and we're going to go over the indicators for it. You can pull them up right here. It's on the 30-minute. But I 6x'd my money, 600% ROI in crypto since I put like 20. I had like so much cash on this side, and I was like looking maybe to get into more real estate because I was really good at real estate. And just I'm fortunate the location I'm in right now is great for real estate. Um, it's like a lot of people are moving here, so that's like Texas, Arizona, um, areas like that. Like a lot of people like. All right. So it's saying that it's most likely going to go higher according to the super trend. Let me know about audio. Let me know about all that stuff. Like I said, I streamed on a lot of platforms, but I'm newer to and then yeah, we have some support right here on the lower time frames is a 30-minute. And then if my memory is correct, we should have some resistance on the higher time frames with these moving averages on the DXY. And again, as the DXY pumps, oh, okay. No, it doesn't look like we have overhead resist. That's just on the 4 hour. But as the DXY goes up, that's an indicator that's worse for Bitcoin. And then as it goes down, basically it's better for it. So yeah, it has some uh, macro resistance that is facing on the higher time frames, higher TFs. For the DXY. Also, for the longest time, stocks used to be correlated with Bitcoin. Um, it's the weekend, right? I don't have my phone. Let's see what today is. Sunday, yeah. So we're not going to worry about the stocks. Tomorrow, let's look at CME futures gap. That's really important with Bitcoin. So you go to Bitcoin. Tomorrow, these usually tend to get filled on Monday. So crypto, futures, CME, January. Yeah, it's January. So let's take a look if we have any gaps that need to get filled. It looks like this little could see this little gap right here get filled and come up a little bit higher. But yeah, that seems to be the sentiment. We could move higher just to fill the gap come Monday morning. That is a huge possibility. BTC. We're gonna go on Coinbase. Although I love Bybit's charts. Coinbase. Alrighty. We're gonna go on the 15-minute. I'm gonna pull up all the indicators, and then I'm just gonna take something to eat. I haven't really eaten all day. This is the hardest working channel on YouTube. I think we streamed 6 hours or 7 hours yesterday, live streaming. So, alright, so we have some overhead resistance in the immediate short term. It's saying that it's a sell on the super trend according to the 15-minute. This is a bearish engulfing candlestick, so it's looking a little bearish. Okay, so it's finding support. Yeah, if it breaks that, then it's a new low. So it's a lower low, and it's going to continue to move down. Okay, yeah, I wanted to see what the super trend was saying. The super trend's saying sell on the 1 minute. Don't go off of one indicator, but it tends to be pretty accurate just in general. So I closed off all the other ones just so we could see what's going on with the super trend. It looked like we had a little bit of an uptrend, but you guys have to remember that this is on the 1 minute chart. Whale manipulation can easily negate any of these ideas. Awesome. Okay, yeah, I haven't eaten all day. I've been so busy. All right, it looks like we have, geez, it's touching one of our major supports. All right, let's check this out. Hardest working channel in crypto. There's nobody that's going to stream for 6 hours a day. There's just not that. I mean, they can ramble and talk about whatever they're doing, but not like actually put out content for 6 hours. Our channel is so ridiculously underrated. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to take these indicators off so that we can get an idea on the macro charts of what neckline we're touching, because this should be a neckline that we're potentially breaking right now. Or right now we're finding support on it. So that's on the 2 hour. We'll go to the 4 hour. Zoom in. Okay. So it looks like this is more so. Yeah, it's probably good right there. And then this is more so. This is the neckline right here for this double top. And it looks like we wicked down below it. And then found support on it. And I don't think this is necessarily bullish or bearish. Well, this is indicating buying pressure, but I don't think it's necessarily one way. I think we're just consolidating. The best way to figure this out is we're going to go to the volume. We're going to go down to the lower time frames, and right now we're moving down. So we want to see if volume is trending up as as the price is moving down, and then we can get an idea. So it's starting to trend down, but it's also up significantly. So we want to keep an eye on the volume right here to figure out if this downtrend is going to continue. But if it does continue, you have to remember that we just broke this neckline potentially on the 15-minute chart. We want to see an hourly close or more volume. We want to see more volume. We want to see bigger candlesticks trending upwards, which we're not seeing right now. Alright. Another good thing that we should do is pull up the Fibonacci. That gives us a really good idea. What is this? Is this the local top that we set a while back at 42? We're gonna go to the daily. We're gonna go to the daily, draw fib level, Fibonacci, retrace. And we're just going to go down and adjust it, swing high to swing low. Alright. We're going to zoom back in. And so potentially we could find support at this Fibonacci retracement. From my experience in the markets, and I've been in this for a while, and I've seen a lot of Bitcoin, and from my experience, these Fibonacci's tend to find temporary support, so we can usually come down if we are coming down, find temporary support, and then end up moving higher. Or, if the buying pressure is weak, we could get a bounce. But moving averages seem to be, just from my experience, well, I mean, I guess it depends. This is a very macro Fibonacci retracement area, so this might have more precedence, which is what we would say. Alright, I'm just going to take it out right now, and then we'll go back to that idea if it starts playing out. But right now we want to see what's going on with the... How do you delete this? Can I just erase it? There we go. Okay, and then we need to go on to the lower time frames to really figure out what's going on and to see if these moves are playing out. Alright, so this is a big candlestick, bearish candlestick on the 30. We're starting to see an increase in volume, so this is signifying a downtrend as we are. Yeah, so this idea is probably pretty predominant right now in the space. This head and shoulders on the 30. So we're going to get the measured move for that to get an idea for where this price action could go. I like to draw the candlestick bodies. Some people draw the wicks. I just had so much. They seem to play out with the candlestick bodies from my experience. So we could be heading as low as 34,450 in the immediate short term, having this idea play out. That being said, a lot of these patterns recently haven't been playing out just because of the consolidation and lack of volume, but this idea means that, you know, it could definitely play out. We just want to continue seeing a trend like this, holding volume a little bit higher. And then let's pull out the fib right here to see about a possible trend reversal. On these macro time frames. So pulling out the Fibonacci. Swing high, swing low. Zooming in. Okay, so yeah, possible trend reversal textbook. So usually what they say is this is the golden pocket area. This is the 618 level right here, and then as we move lower, these are this level, and this level are basically acting as potential support for the price action as we have this essentially retracement. That's why they call it Fibonacci retracement to a degree. And as we move below this level, which it seems like we might be doing, oh, we might have a reversal. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, volume fell off a cliff. So as long as we hold above this, according to Forex textbooks, I mean, like all sorts of textbooks, you have the reversal is not necessarily imminent. More so like a reversal, like consolidation pattern moving further down is not idea. So we're getting a little bit of like probably shorters taking profits, you know, people, you know, buying it up in the short term. This is on the 30-minute, this ginormous candlestick is most likely going to continue to push the price down in the immediate short term, something like this, something like this. To have this ginormous candlestick wick down and then a ginormous candlestick wick up, I mean, it's possible, but especially because our pattern hasn't finished playing out. I think that the shorters are just taking a little breather. But we are finding resistance. It looks like, let me... Yeah, right here. Let me draw that. Then we'll zoom in to see what's going on. It looks like this previous wick right here is where the price action is finding support. Potentially. And so, but if we break this support level, Bitcoin's price should if we break this low right here and set a lower low in the immediate short term, Bitcoin's price should continue to fall. We need to see a return to volume to continue that downwards price action, but just based off market sentiment and based off these candlestick formations, could consolidate for a little bit before heading lower. Seems to be the sentiment. Alright, let's pull up some moving averages, see if we're finding a bounce. We're going to want to go to the higher time frames. Almost found a bounce right here on the 100, or no, this is the 200 on the 2 hour. So maybe the 3 hour. Because usually Bitcoin's price doesn't just, when you get really good at trading, Bitcoin's price is very seldom random. It's more so you're just not understanding what's going on with the markets. It may seem random, but it's not. And sometimes there's whale manipulation, and that's the only. If somebody's taking a huge price, like if they're selling a huge amount, or they're buying a huge amount, that's really the only exception. It may seem like it just moves randomly, but the more you learn, the more you realize it's not random. So I'm looking for possibly a moving average that it's falling onto. Probably not on the weekly. Yeah, it's not on the weekly. It's probably the 12 hour, something like the 12 hour. But we just don't have access to the 12 hour. Like at least, I think I can custom do it. I don't want to try and figure this out while I'm working with you guys though. Something like this, and then this would definitely be a support idea right here. This is huge on the 4 hour, the 200 EMA. Possibly an MA is what it is, because these are exponential moving averages. It could possibly be finding support on an MA. So we'll throw these MAs up. Alright, and we'll start going through. Probably this is a 4 hour. It's just ridiculous that you can't. Everybody trades off the 6, the 12. Alright, let me see if I can get another MA indicator pulled up, because there's more than just the 9 and the 50 and the 200, even though those are. But TradingView, when you type in moving average, they only pull up the 9. So we have to go to the public library. MA. Triple MA forecast. Yeah, that's probably what we want. Yeah, the 20, the 50, and the 100. Gorgeous. Alright, and we're going to have to fix the color code on that. Okay, great. Yeah, so this isn't what we were looking for, but this is really important. Let me just color code this really quick based off our color scheme. Like I said, MA stands for moving average, so the lighter the moving average, the higher the time frame. This is the 20, the 50, and the 100. Alright, and it looks like a bearish cross just happened. Let me just confirm that by zooming out on the charts to figure out exactly what moving averages we're looking at. Yeah, I can just tell because they're, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Alright, so we have a bearish cross on the 4 hour that just happened on the MA20 crossing the MA50. Let me just confirm that. We'll zoom in a little bit more. So this is a bearish cross right here. Yeah, it looks like that's playing out. And so that is a very good explanation for why the price action in the immediate short term. It looks like this idea is just now playing out. So I was actually just about to look at the EMA crosses to see what was going on. But we could, yeah, definitely see continued downside. A little bit of consolidation, a little bit of breathing room, taking profits. That's exactly what I'm saying. But you have this bearish engulfing. So this is, I've talked about bearish engulfing and said, well, these aren't really textbook, but no, this is textbook. This is a doji right here. Essentially, we would want the candle body to be a little bit lower, but this shows indecision in the market. So you have this bearish engulfing right here. This entirely engulfs this candlestick. Then we find support at this level. We come back. This is very bullish. Basically, this is a Fibonacci retracement area. Basically Bitcoin price right where I'm pointing at right now. Basically, people took profits. Price opened up a little bit higher. That's why you have the green candlestick. Price continues to go up. This candlestick right here basically signals indecision, and then basically we're heading back down. So we went down, we came back up, we're heading back down. We've been calling indecision on these markets for a long time. But I think the trend, well, I don't think. The trend is your friend until it ends on these macro time frames, well, midterm time frames. We have a high, a lower high, and a lower high, and then so we're basically in a downtrend right now, or more so in a consolidation. But on the midterm time frames, we're in a downtrend. And like I said, I continue to, there you go, baby. I continue to see a push down is what the charts are showing me. Indecision, bearish candlestick, and we have this cross on the 4 hour, which is pretty substantial. All right, we're going to continue covering the price action though. My puppy is getting fired up because we are just killing it. Um, okay. So the fact that let me just confirm it by zooming in. The fact that we're below the 20 EMA on the daily, that's bearish, and it could possibly turn into resistance. We would have to move above this level, or we could possibly hit it and then move lower. Let me see if you guys have any questions before I start going into more moving average. If there's anybody watching, I don't even know if we have anybody watching. We have like one current viewer. If you have any questions, I was in the stock market, I was in the real estate market. I spent a lot of time in the crypto market. I talked about Chainlink. I talked about a lot of different altcoins basically, and they've all done extremely well. Like I have a huge, really good track record. So if anybody has any questions about crypto in general, I don't want to say I'm an expert, but I don't know anybody in the space that knows more about crypto than I do. And I mean that in the most humble way. I spend all my time working on crypto. I used to be in real estate, but the crypto gains were so good I had to focus. I just hold one property right now. And like if you're wondering how I do that, you just leverage out. We're not really going to get into it, but you just leverage out. If you can't afford to leverage out a property, maybe because your credit's not very good, then what you can do is crowd fund. But we're not going to get into that. But okay, where's Bitcoin going? What's your TA? Technical analysis. What are we looking at? Where is Bitcoin going? In the immediate short term, Bitcoin's price seems like it's going down based off of all these candlestick formations. This is obviously bearish. You would say that this would possibly be like a retracement right here, like it's coming up and then basically like maybe a retracement, like a fib retracement, and then moving higher. But the fact is, like we're already 68% below this candlestick. Like this is more so a correction. So I don't know. Ask me like um specifically, like right now in the immediate short term, I'm expecting more downside in the immediate short term to mid-term time frames. In the long term, I mean, we're falling back into this triangle that we have right here. And this is like, I mean, you can draw different consolidation triangles different ways, but it has to break this outer part of the triangle. This is the outermost part of the triangle. So even if you do draw a triangle maybe like this or like whatever, like it still has to break this outer part right there. This is significant. So if Bitcoin does continue to drop, it's still going to find support at these levels. And until it breaks support and confirm support, we can't say like long-term macro time frames if it's going to continue going lower and lower. We can look at the weekly close, but specifically, I just want to get clarification on your question. Like you're saying, you're saying like in what like term? Like in the short term, I think Bitcoin's going down. In the midterm, Bitcoin is possibly going down. In the long term, um, I mean like you could say that Bitcoin would go like maybe down to this. There's too much buying pressure though. And there's so much of an uptrend more on the midterm time frames. It'll go down a little bit. It looks like this head and shoulders is playing out. 30-minute. Looks like this head and shoulders that we were talking about, we had a measured move for it, is playing out, and then let me turn this off. Yeah, we had something like a head and shoulders. Is this the head and shoulders that we were just looking at? And I was saying these tend not to play out like as much, like they do play out, but they also, they cut short, and we were talking about that has a lot to do with volume but it looks like we're seeing a small correction right here. What is this? Is this the 30-second? Let's see what time frame we're on. Yeah, we're on the 30-second. That's insane. I was thinking we were on the 30-minute. I was like that head and shoulders doesn't look like what I remember. There we go. So we have this head and shoulders. So in the immediate short term, this is the measured move for this head and shoulders. It's on the 30-minute, it's not like it's on the daily. So, I mean, take this with, what I was saying is, we can pull up the Fibonacci retracement. So, I mean, this is literally the tool that you use to figure out, yeah, this is what you would use. Yeah, trend-based fib. So what you would do is you would take these levels right here, and is that yeah, there we go. Here we are. So essentially what you're going to be looking at, like this is the exact tool that you would use to figure out, is this move done or are we consolidating on this move and then continuing to move lower? Or are we going to negate this idea and then move higher? So this is the exact tool that we would use to figure out what's exactly going on. And right now we have perfect support at this level. This is the golden pocket area essentially. But if you're newer to tech, basically this is the trend based. This is the 0.786. So this is the golden pocket area right here. And I have it set reversed. So if you're new to technical analysis, basically the Fibonacci retracement tool, the golden pocket would be down right here, but I have it set on the trend-based Fibonacci retracement tool because essentially we have we essentially want to know, is this correction over, like we're looking at it from the shorter's position as opposed to the long's position. We're looking, are we continuing to go down, or are we taking a breather? Are the shorters taking profits, and then moving lower? And that seems to be the case. So we could go all the way up to this golden pocket area, touch it, and then continue to go down, and we're still in a downtrend. On the short term, to answer your question, not so based off my opinion, but based off of technical analysis. If that makes sense, hopefully it does. So like we can have this price, like this is saying we're going down. Everything, we're in a downtrend, like on the very short term. We have this head and shoulders pattern. We want this measured move to play out. They don't always. We want to look at the volume to see. We'd go to the shorter time frames. Hopefully I'm answering your question. I don't know if you mean like on the more large scale. I mean short term, so thanks for the thoughts. Do you day trade? I just DT DCA, dollar cost average, baby. Okay, so I swing trade, and I've been very successful with swing trading. I've traded over 300,000. What is it called? In profits. Like I've borrowed a lot of money, used my money as collateral. You know how Bybit works most likely. But it's very easy to swing trade Bitcoin it's very easy to long Bitcoin in a bull market, and I've been very successful with that. And as long as you know what you're doing and you're not over leveraged and stuff like that, I've had immense success with that. I definitely do recommend. And again, I was going to school to be a doctor. I'm not, financial. I don't have those financial whatever, but I am very involved with crypto, obviously. So I can't give you like financial advice per se, but like as a crypto enthusiast, I guess you could say, dollar cost averaging is a great strategy. Also following the TA, so you can kind of get these. If you're newer, like RSI is a great tool to try and like figure out like if it's 50 or below 50 on the RSI, then that could be a good indicator. Or like if it's below 30, saying oversold on the RSI, like those are good indicators. If you're newer, cost based averaging in is not a bad strategy. I always recommend that. I cost based average in on ADA Cardano, and that was fantastic. But I do swing trade. I wouldn't say that I day trade. I used to day trade. I used to do 10x leverage, and I would set up my positions like I would do. Um, your stop loss, your I would do the take profits, like you would do like the risk to reward ratios, like I would set up like all the trades. And I was a day trader for sure for a little bit, and I was making a lot of money. But it's just it's not worth it to me. I'm so successful in real estate. I'm so successful in crypto. I mean, we just made so much money last night longing Ethereum. I don't need the money. I would rather be, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way. This is exactly, and if you're a trader, you're gonna get this. You feel like $1 zillion when you're 10x longing Bitcoin, and you're up 30% on your initial capital. But then at the same time, you freak out if it goes south. If you go down 1%, then the trade that you're in is down 10% if you're on 10x leverage. And you just get so emotional. It's so hard, and it just messes with your head so much. And you just have to constantly be stressing about the charts and begging that the price goes up or down. So, I mean, I don't day trade anymore. I was very successful with it, and you just gotta do everything that the day traders say, and you gotta try as hard as you absolutely possibly can to focus on the charts, listen to the charts, don't get too opinionated, and stay level-headed if that's gonna be your case. But just for in general, for people, I mean, you can make money doing that. Just don't force a trade. But dollar cost averaging and swing trading seem to be the best. I hope that answers your question. Enjoyed listening to the stream. Going to hop off. Best of luck. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope I helped you out. Just that's what I've been doing, and we have been doing amazing. Um, so that is, and if anybody else is on the stream and they're listening, ask me questions. I'm actually involved. Like I told you guys, I opened that Ethereum long. I've been taking profits on it all day, but we've been absolutely killing it. I can show you my little Ethereum long that we have going on. I just added to the position because we are already killing it. We're up 13%. We have $30 right now. I've been taking profits on this all day, but like, I don't know if you guys can see that, but yeah, we've had a lot of success on the channel, on all the different social media platforms. I'm kind of newer to YouTube, but if you have any questions, just let me know, because I'm in these markets. I've always been in these markets. Let's go to the lower time frames to figure out. We still haven't hit this measured move yet. Like I said, just because Bitcoin's been consolidating, and it looks like, yeah, we need to see more volume. We could see like a prolonged, we could go all the way up here, touch this level, and then come down to see this measured move. Also thinking about market sentiment, sometimes these just don't play out. Sometimes these just don't play out. But this is the idea right now. We're going to go down to the lower time frames to see what's going on, because I want to compare the price moving up with the volume on the lower time frames to get an idea of what the buying pressure is like. Yeah, so buying pressure is not very high right now, but it is higher than the selling pressure. It just looks like nobody wants to trade this right now is what it looks like. And it looks like consolidation. So we're going to go, let me just take a look at this real quick, and then I'm going to match it with a lot of these guys. Let's take a look at the super trend. What's super trend saying? Super trend saying sell. I'm saying sell, super trend saying sell. Coincidence. I'm not saying sell though. Like, don't take that as like, I just mean like the price is going down again. Uh, so we're in this Ichimochi cloud. If you know about Ichimochi clouds, basically this is all resistance. This is all resistance, and then basically the strongest resistance for the Ichimochi clouds tends to be at these lines. All right. VPR super important. Oh my gosh. So we just have a massive, and I mean like we're consolidating like essentially at these levels, and that's why there's so much VPR. But so for the price to go down, we're really gonna have to see the bears come in, because this is a lot of support right here. I'm gonna move the price action. Gorgeous. On Bybit, like when you move this, it messes up the fib. All right, so I like that. EMA ribbon. All right, this is just interesting. So yeah, we have a lot of resistance in the immediate short term. This is on the 1 minute. So like relatively strong resistance. Remember, the lower the time frame, the weaker the resistance. So we have a lot of resistance on the lower time frames. All right, these are important. Can't really get a super good look at these, but we have some moving averages that it's gonna have to move above. It looks like this is the MA9, so we're a little bit bullish on the 1 minute, moving above the MA9, right? Yeah. We are below. This is pretty bearish. We're below the. Oh, this is bullish now. Yeah. MA50. We're above that. So being above these moving averages is bullish. But again, this is the daily, or this is the 1 minute. So could find some resistance right here. Let me know what you like, if you guys want more like on the second TA, or if you want more midterm, long term. Like, let me know like if you have any, what you guys want, because I mean I can show what I think you guys want, but I'd rather just have you guys comment what you're actually looking for. So yeah, we could see some resistance at those levels. And it looks like we're just kind of cooling off right here on that massive long move, which just to me shows more consolidation. Let's take a look at BTCD. BTCD moving higher. Yeah, so money's coming back into Bitcoin. This is on the 1 minute. We're gonna clean up these charts. BTC, Bitcoin dominant. How much money is going into Bitcoin versus altcoins or alternative coins to Bitcoin? Where's the money going in cryptocurrency? All right, 30-minute. Oh no, it's dropping. Yeah, it's continuing to drop. Okay, it's just picking up a little bit. People are getting into it. The 1 minute. All right, but more so consolidation. So this was a lot. It was like around 68, 67 yesterday. So it's moving lower. Look into altcoins. Everybody's saying Ethereum's massively underbought. I agree. Not that you guys care about my opinion right now, probably, but I'm just going to tell you guys. I told you guys about Cardano. I said Cardano. Look into Cardano. We're already up so much today. That was yesterday and the day before. And both of those days we killed it. Alright. And then that Ethereum trade we took last night, we killed it. Yeah, so this isn't, this is just patience right here is what I would say. This is just patience right here. Are we going up? Are we going down? Like if you're in like a short position right now, which, nobody should be really shorting against the macro trend, but if you're in a short position right now and you're betting on Bitcoin going down, I mean, we could go all the way up to this neckline right here, test it, have it be a bearish retest, and then continue lower. Totally TA. Literally, I'm not being sarcastic. That's like textbook possibility. Let me know if you have any questions. So we're going to go to the lower time frames, and I want to see how Bitcoin's price is moving with the volume, because that's really what we want to see. It's 5 minute is fine. We're seeing a little bit of an increase in volume, so if this trend is to continue, you know, we could see upward price momentum. This is all consolidation right here, and then the fact that if we break above this point right here, this high, it looks like we found resistance at this high, but if we break above this, this is going to set a new higher high on the extreme short term on the 5 minute, but that should jump the price up, and that would start to negate this bearish candlestick. Yeah, just let me know if you have questions. I don't know any other way to like get the questions other than going on that YouTube page and looking to see if you have them. But yeah, ask me questions if you have any. We'll pull it up. The super trend. Super trend saying sell, which is interesting. It's on the 5 minute. Let's go to the lower time frames and see what it's saying. Super trend on the 1 minute is saying buy. And then on the 3 minute. So essentially like deciphering what that means, basically it's saying that we could get a little short bump up before heading lower. Yeah, this is resistance currently. We got rejected trying to break above this previous high in the immediate short term, and we're getting rejected. Really, like if we wanted to, check this out. This is what I do if I was like scalping. Like if I'm in a trade on Bitcoin, I'll do this, and I've had massive success with this. So what I'll do is right now we're already in a fib, but I'll pull out another fib. So I'll go Fibonacci retracement. So this is actually a fib retracement. The other one that we're in right now is a trend-based fib. So I'll pull out another fib right here, and then you got to really pay attention to look at what you're looking at right here. I'll help you break it down. But essentially this is the golden pocket right here. So Bitcoin's price could go down to right here, and this would be the retracement off this blow off top, and then we could continue higher, if that makes sense. So what you're looking at right here, this right here and this right here, this is the golden pocket area, and essentially, let's get this perfect. There we go. So essentially right now I pulled this up because I want to know. We just had this local top, and I want to know, is Bitcoin going to touch this golden pocket area and then bounce higher? Are people just taking profits right here? Or is this a blow off top and we're just going to continue breaking through these fib levels? Fibonacci retracement is a tool that we use in technical analysis to get an idea of the market sentiment, and this factors in things like people taking profits, shorters taking profits, longs taking profits, people saying, oh, the price is this, or getting fearful or scared. This factors all this in to this tool right here, and a lot of traders use it, so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So right now I'm trying to figure out, are we gonna bounce off this? Oh, look at that gorgeous little wick. All right, what are we seeing? Okay, so right now it's looking more so towards continued downside. Broke that one too. Okay, more so looking like continued downside until it breaks this one, though. We don't have confirmed based off of this indicator. But this is a very bearish wick. It's starting to look more so like we're getting rejected off this previous high in the immediate short term. Looking like we're getting some buying pressure. Probably print a candlestick and then possibly head lower. Let's pull up VPR support. Alright, so yeah, we could get a bearish retest on essentially this VPR support and then go lower. Any questions, just let me know. Yeah. So we're looking to break this lower low, but it's coinciding with this right here. So there is a small amount of resistance. There's not a lot of buying pressure or a lot of selling pressure, and you can kind of see that. EMA ribbon's all the way up there. Where we just crossed below the EMA 9 on the 5 minute. Not entirely significant because it's the 5 minute, but it is bearish on the 5 minute technically because we're below this moving average. Take that for what you will. I'm having a hard time even seeing the 50 and the 200. I think they're outside. Triple, I love this. Alright, okay, so we just closed this. Yeah, that's bearish. So we just closed and confirmed this bearish engulfing. So that's bearish. We're continuing to move lower. Again, what we want to see is we want to see a break of this level. So this is golden pocket. This is basically resistance level 1, 2, 3. Once we break this resistance right here, that's 78% of the way down from the initial price action, and it's indicating a possible reversal of the trend, and the trend is more so up in the immediate short term. Again, this is the 5 minute. We just printed a lower low, so that is bearish. It looks like people are just taking a little bit of profits, and we will continue to move lower. So yeah, as soon as this wick, once we break below this wick, it's just gonna go psh. We're lacking on volume as the trend's going down, so we want to continue looking at volume. But yeah, we want to see this volume. If the price is going down as the volume is going up, that's extremely telling that we're going to continue to see downside. So now really what we're looking for is a close on the 5 minute below this level, and then we can start to, on the very small term time frames, have a good idea that this is the top in the short term. Some people call this area the accumulation area, but it looks like it's about to just eclipse that idea. And then we're still in an uptrend on the more midterm, lower time frame until we get a break, until this price action comes below this line right here. It's gonna go to the 1 minute. Let me know what you guys are looking for, if it's more macro, which is what we're looking at right now, midterm or long-term technical analysis. Right now I'm kind of just telling you what's going on minute for minute. Like, I don't know if you guys are trading it right now or if you guys are looking at buying in and you want to know exactly what's going on second for second with this price action. I think this is really helpful, TA, just because I see a lot of people covering more of the consolidation pattern, and they're basically just saying we're in a consolidation pattern, but they're not actually telling you, minute for minute what's going on in the chart. So I hope this is helpful. Looking for those EMAs. We want to see this bar get above that bar. I can turn on some. Can turn on the MACD, the RSI. That's not really going to clud anything up. MACD, RSI. Why does it always do PSI? RSI. Let's get some more indicators in the game. Alrighty. We're losing our strength on the downwards, it looks like, according to the MACD. Okay, we're going to bring that right there. Oh, we're losing our uptrend. Okay, so yeah, it is forming towards more of a downtrend, according to the MACD. That makes more sense, but that's crazy. We're in an uptrend on the 5-minute on the MACD. We're gonna take volume off, right? Okay, so yeah, it's looking more like a downtrend. We just confirmed that a little bit higher volume's returning. Like I said, I don't know why on TradingView the volume is like this. On a lot of the other trading sites that I use, there'll be two lines basically indicating the previous volume and then the more relative shorter term volume. And as those two lines separate, you can start to see an increase or a decrease in volume. I don't know why they don't do that on TradingView. Garbage. Alrighty. Is that the... Why is this? RSI is huge. Okay, so RSI is leaning more towards over... And this is on the immediate short term, so, on the immediate short term it is 33. As soon as it goes into overbought, that could have an effect on the price. But you guys got to remember, this is the 5-minute. Okay, so we have a low, still a lower low. Oh, and we did get that candle close below. So this is more so, a lot of people still consider this an accumulation area before a potential bounce higher. This is the golden pocket, essentially on the uh, trend area, the Fibonacci trend. Any questions? We're essentially just watching and waiting right now. See what goes on. We do not have all the information in front of us to get an accurate reading of what exactly is going to happen in the immediate short term. It looks like we're printing 3 black crows right now. I mean, if it gets below this line and closes below it, I mean, that's a downtrend on the confirmation on the immediate short term on the 5-minute. That's a little doji. You see that? A little indecision candlestick, but it's just cooling off. MACD still hasn't flipped bearish, but we do see a downtrend flipping towards moving more and more ever so slightly. Let me focus more in on that as Bitcoin's price. All right, we're gonna zoom in, get pulled up right here. Just as far as it lets me zoom in, you can see there's a downtrend. So this is an uptrend, and then white basically means trend reversal. I absolutely love this. And basically we're saying a trend reversal more towards the downside. Again, this is on the 5 minute and on the 5 minute, but this is where stuff starts. This is where downtrends start, is on the 5 minute. You know, if you're really into the price action. And we're going lower and lower on these. So if we print another lower a lower rectangle, you know, that just confirms, I guess. I can't think of the right word. This downwards action. Let's take a look at the volume, because it looks like we're just in consolidation. Yeah. So I mean, to see continued downside to the strong momentum going down, we would want to see another red candlestick higher than the previous to start getting a trend. So that's bullish engulfing. We'll see how it closes. This is on the 5 minute. This is bullish engulfing candlestick on the 5 minute. But it's not bullish engulfing until it closes, but that still does have precedent. And then essentially, if it goes over 50% of this candlestick, then that's pretty much negating these candlesticks' idea of being bearish. Yeah, it's about 50% right there. So, but we want to see a close. I mean, if this closes, this to me just says consolidation. Yeah, so we're basically consolidating. That basically, it wasn't exactly, is that 50? Yeah, it's close enough. Alright, we're consolidating. So if you don't know exactly what consolidation means, we're just going sideways. There's no clear direction of up or down. Let's go to 30-minute and look at that head and shoulders. And then we'll look at the EMA. And then we'll look at Heish-Ganashi candlesticks. Alright. Downtrend, starting to see a reversal on the 30-minute, according to the MACD. So yeah, I mean, I said this. I said, you know, we could still, like, on the longer time frames, we can still go up, then go continue the downside right here to our measured move. This isn't negated. This is basically, this was a very strong long move, and taking some time to move to cool off, that's not a bad idea, but this is probably going to be scaring a few shorters. They're going to have a little bit of fear seeing a low and then a higher low. Essentially a very small uptrend. It's on the 30-minute. So going back to our idea, it's not negated. You know, we can have a little bit of price action right here, and then the measured move fulfills. See it all the time. Any questions, just let me know. If you have any questions about like any altcoins or something, as long as they're not like one, or as long as they're not like 500th on like CoinGecko, I should have an idea and an opinion on them that I can talk to you about. Alright, so MACD, RSI. I don't know why it's not letting me move the RSI. Oh, there we go. But it's still up there. I don't understand. Okay, whatever. It lets me move the MACD down. It doesn't let me move the RSI down. Oh, there we go. Alright, so yeah. So you guys got the RSI, the MACD. I'm gonna take a look real quick. Ask me questions because like the price action is just pretty boring right now. We're just waiting. It's just consolidating. I was possibly gonna go over ETH. I'm gonna look at the trading group that I'm in. I have 4,000 people in my trading group, and so I want to see what they're talking about because it's all based on Bitcoin. And then ask me questions, and we'll go over that until something. There's nothing really to talk about right now in the shorter midterm time frames. We're essentially just seeing if these ideas are going to play out, and then we can zoom more out to see these farther necklines once we get there, but we're just not there yet. We're just consolidating. So I'm going to pull that up, and then alright, let's see what people are saying in the trading group. Tomorrow is a national holiday in the U.S./financial and federal institutions are closed and reviewing the data from last year on January 20th. MLK Day, BTC did not do much. BTC started ascending last week on January in the 2020 following the holiday. So basically, what he's saying is that he's expecting Bitcoin not to do much because of the institutions taking a day off, and then he says after this holiday, according to 2020, they did continue going with the price action. He doesn't specify if the price action was positive or negative, so that's what he's saying. That is from last night. Somewhere drop. This guy says, I can honestly say that everything I was taught from patterns to retracements. So this is a retracement, and then this is a pattern, and he's saying this is a confusing one for me, and then he is pointing. I don't even know what he's showing a dip. He doesn't really, I don't know what he's talking about. He's basically saying why he doesn't know this dip played out, and I don't even know what dip he's talking about. It's not a significant one. This is that double top, triple top formation that we were talking about earlier. Low, higher, low. Oh, he's saying it's a downtrend. Basically, this triple top right here. We have a guy in the trading group. I think it's on the 30-minute. It's that idea on the, or not on the 30-minute, on the hourly. We have that idea of a triple top that I was talking about earlier. And yeah, right here. So we'll zoom in and I'll show you that. And essentially, there's a guy in the group saying that to him, this triple top looks more so like a downtrend. And I was talking about that earlier. You can also see it as a longer term consolidation pattern you can draw. We want to get this figured out with with the fib and with the measured move, and then I could possibly draw a consolidation pattern off of these moves. If you understand what I'm saying, like right now we can draw a trend line like this, but down low and get an ascending channel in here. So this would be one giant ascending channel right here, but I don't want to screw up the fib that we have going right here, and we also have that measured move that we're focusing on. Well, I guess I could still draw it. Let me see. Yeah, Bitcoin's not doing a lot right now. Let's get an anchor point, and I think it's just going to be a 2-touch just so we can get the accuracy. Yeah, that looks good. So, but like I said, I mean, we can draw these all day long and that's fine, but this is at the end of the day what's going to make the moves. So You know, it's really, do you want to clutter up the chart with all these trend lines, or at the end of the day, do you want to say this is, and so like it just depends, you know. Unfortunately, to me, I say that, you know, if I'm high on leverage, um, I'm gonna have trend lines all over the place. I want to know what's going on with Bitcoin every second. If my leverage is a little bit lower, my trend lines are gonna be a little more lax. But just because Bitcoin's not doing anything, it's consolidating so much, I'm gonna draw this trend line. So yeah, this is a really good anchor point on the bottom, and then this is definitely. And then you can draw another one, and this would probably be valid right here. Let me just see if that touches. And I'll break down exactly what we're looking at if you have a hard time understanding. See, that doesn't match. So you could essentially have this right here, but this is just a 2-touch, and this is on such a macro. Well, I guess it's the 3 hour, but it still is only a 2-touch right here. And see, I mean, you can do this, but it's just gonna clutter up the charts. And you're supposed to usually do 3 touches. I have some forex books that will say 2 touches is fine, and you know we have people doing 2 touches, but more so on the macro time frames, if that makes sense. Should. All right, let me see. There we go. So according to this trend line, Bitcoin's price is still in this, and it looks like it's finding like potential like support, resistance, whatever, at this fib level right here that we drew. Is this drawn right? Let me see. So is this, where's the wick? It would be right here, right? So you have that move. This got moved. Or wait, oh, this is the macro one. So you bring that right there, you bring this one right here. You want these to be the same level. And then you want this one. It's this right here. And you want that to be the wick right here. There you go. So it does look like we are moving lower. Like I said, this could be a accumulation spot before moving higher, but it looks like we are moving lower. I guess let me go to the 30-minute or the hourly to see if we have a confirmation of that. So what you would do is you would go to the hour chart. If it'll let me press the hour. Go to the hour chart. It looks like we do have a confirmation, but let me just double check. Yeah, we have a confirmation right here. It's a little doji, potentially, indecision candle. It's gonna keep going down, it looks like. The immediate short term. Not financial advice. There you go. Full screen mode. Get it. There we go. And it looks like it's just going back up in this consolidation, but it's probably gonna move lower. But that could be another idea as it's at the lowest of this consolidation pattern. It continues to bounce in here before, I mean, this is on the more macro is an uptrend. low, higher low, higher low, high, higher high, higher high, higher high. So essentially it's either breaking this uptrend on more of the macro time frame, or it's, I mean, this is, that head and shoulders that we were talking about. This is the measured move. This can be playing out this idea right here going to 34,474. So we're just looking, would I take any trades right here? The only problem is, like, we can set up trades and we can take trades. But like, look at the, if you were to measure this move, this isn't even a percentage, I don't think. So unless you're on 10x leverage and you want a 10% return on a micro, like, it just, to me, that's like, why would you take a trade like that? Like, you're just looking for trades. You're just, let the trades come. Once you get good, you'll be like, oh no, this is totally a trade. So that would be a short. That was a long idea. Not wrong idea, that was a long idea. So we would go to, we just had it. Oh, it's right here. So we would open a short position. You would open it right here at the neckline. So this would be your stop loss. You would want to put up a 3-to-1 is usually what people do. So you would have this right here. It's about 3% on the measured move. And then you would put your stop loss at essentially 1% right here. This is a 3-to-1 reward ratio. Basically what you would do is as soon as it breaks the neckline, you would open up your short position. And then basically if you get stopped out, if it comes back up, which right now you wouldn't get stopped out, I don't think. Yeah, you wouldn't get stopped out. You'd be in profits right now on a short if you were to take this head and shoulders formation play. But like, to me it just doesn't make sense. Like, but you're not going to get my track record unless you have patience, unless you really know what you're doing. Like this is just, this isn't what you like. Yes, you would be in profits right now. You could already take profits on this shorting position if we were to play out that move. But the risk to reward, I want something like a 1 to 5. As crazy as it sounds, Bitcoin will give you those opportunities. Bitcoin will give you a 1 to 10, risk to reward. This is just not it. Okay. You can be taking profits right here, taking profits right here, taking profits right here. You can put your stop loss right here, and literally this would be a profitable short right here. But why? Like, the risk to reward, like, just like leverage trading in general, this micro pattern when Bitcoin's in a consolidation pattern and volume's extremely low. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. But this would be the trade if you were to short. This is exactly how you would set it up. Not financial advice. Like I said, I wouldn't take this trade. But if we did and we set it up the way we did, we would be in profits right now. And then if we were in this trade, what we would be doing is we would be looking again at that Fibonacci retracement area to see. So I guess we can pull it back up. Or pull up this Fibonacci right here, and then you do the trend based. Oh, that's the measured move. Oh yeah, we're still so chilling. I was thinking that this was the wick, but that's not a wick. That's our measured move. So we're gonna get rid of that. Yeah, it's going down is the sentiment. Let's take a look at the super trend and see what it's saying. Guys, ask me questions. Bitcoin just being boring right now. It's consolidating. 15-minute super trend. What's the magical super trend? Saying the exact same thing I'm saying. Selling. It's going down. Going down on the 5-minute. Going down on the 3-minute. Saying buy in the immediate short term, the 1 minute, it's looking good. And then so yeah, like deciphering that basically we're going according to the super trend, which is just one indicator. You don't want to just look at one indicator. Also, it looks like price on the 1 minute is trending downwards, which means we're losing buying momentum. So yeah, I mean, like you say buy right here on the 1 minute, but at the same time, the buying pressure is getting smaller and smaller. Um, so basically, short term possible, price action moving up. Longer term, we going down. Sell. All right, ask me questions. Where's BTC going? So I hope I just answered that. But somebody asked me that earlier, and I just want to get like exact. I want you to clarify your question. Like you're talking about in the midterm, in the long term, in the very long term. Like give me like be as specific as possible so I can answer it with precision. In the immediate short term, like I just said, like in the immediate short term on the minute chart, we're going up most likely, but slightly up. Like it looks like it's consolidating based off the volume. We're gonna go ever so slightly up, if even up, and then everything according to super trend is saying we're going down. I have a measured move saying we're going down. Like I said, we were taking a look at that idea of that head and shoulders playing out on the hourly chart, and that idea is still in play. So we have this head and shoulders. So more on the midterm, I'm expecting this play, to play out. And like I said, like this would be the short position. Like if you were to trade Bitcoin, if you were trading Bitcoin on leverage right now, which I don't recommend if you don't know what you're doing, and then also like you shouldn't be shorting Bitcoin in a bull market, and then also like this isn't a very good risk to reward ratio. But I mean, I showed you guys this trade, and if you would have taken it, you'd be in profits right now. And I continue to see like if I was in a short position right now, which is how you have to think that the market's thinking, because there's a lot of people shorting driving this price down. I would still have my trade open. I would put my stop loss right here. So I would have to say it would continue to go down in the immediate midterm. Short term could go up a little bit, then go down a little bit, and then I'm expecting to in the next hour for this trade to go out. So tell me like exactly what time frame you're looking for, like in the next 24 hours. Okay, great. So let's go zoom out a little bit. Let's go to the daily chart, and then I have all this that we can decipher together. All right, so it looks like it broke out of this symmetrical triangle right here. Let's zoom in. This is a super trend saying it's a buy, but alright, this is much. I'm going to take out the MACD. MACD is saying we're in a downtrend and it's getting stronger. RSI is saying it's coming down, it's justifying like we were talking about. We're going to take those out. We're consolidating right now for sure. And this is on the daily time frame, more of like the time frame that you're looking for. We're consolidating. Like the price is moving down, yes, but at the same time we're losing buying pressure as we're moving down. So we're going to continue to consolidate. Um, so let's zoom in as much as we can. So these are necklines, these are major necklines for ideas that are playing out, like these double tops. And so as Bitcoin's price breaks potentially these necklines, we could start to see massive moves start playing in. We're looking at things like, this is more so that, yeah, so this is more of a double top. Now, this specific double top idea on the daily, the neckline would be right here. This is a textbook double top. So the price action comes in, and I'm gonna draw it for you. So essentially, like in the immediate short term, in the next 24 hours, like in the next like 4 to 6 hours, like as far as like what's gonna happen in the next 24 hours, um, it looks like we're breaking out of this consolidation pattern. It's hard to see which way we're breaking out. It looks like we're still in it. We're like right at the apex, which usually these break out 70% through the way. Yeah, like we're literally just like right there. So we haven't broken out one way or the other to get like a clear, decisive. If anything, we're breaking out more to the downside, and we want to see confirmation closes on the hourly candlesticks and the 4 hourly, basically showing that we are below this consolidation. And if that is the case, and this is a very weak line, so like this was more so when I was looking at the smaller time frame. So we're really still in this consolidation pattern. Um, I can move these around. Like, let me show you. So that is a consolidation idea, the one that I had right there. But we need to. These are more of the big trend lines that would have to break for Bitcoin's price. We're still in a consolidation pattern. We might be breaking uh, some small possible triangles, but the fact that the volume keeps decreasing, like we're not going to see any huge moves like up or down. Um, until we get these bigger ideas starting to play out. Something like this. Because like I was saying earlier, I can draw the trend line right here, but until this trend line right here is broken, the move isn't valid. It's not confirmed. So like we can draw like consolidation patterns like this, like anybody can draw them however they want. It doesn't matter until this one right here gets broken. It's not confirmed. And so I would rather, like I was saying before, because there wasn't a lot of price action going on in Bitcoin in the immediate short term, I was drawing all these different trend lines. But this is more so to give you an idea of what we're looking at. We haven't really broken any major trend lines on these consolidation patterns or necklines. So it's more so like computer softwaring. It's more if then statements. If this if the price action right here goes below this line and holds above it, then we would be out of this consolidation triangle, and we would be playing into this idea of this double top right here, which I'm going to go over and define a little bit more in a second. And then we could see a price to the downside, and it would definitely be a bigger move. Now, if it's if then if we go above this area right here, which I just don't see happening. I just see us continuing to consolidate. um but if we go above this price action, around the $38,500 range, then we're out of this consolidation pattern and we're looking to break this neckline. The second that Bitcoin breaks this local top that it has right here and sets a higher high, Bitcoin's price is going to move higher. Now these are on the daily chart, so in the next 24 hours, it looks like Bitcoin is going to go maybe to 34,200, but more so just the theme of consolidation. We might see this neckline right here, tested, and then we might break above it, if that makes sense. Let me see what you're saying, if you're saying anything. I don't get the chart, like whatever you're saying. Looking to go long tomorrow. Okay. As far as like leverage goes, like it would be interesting to see like what kind of leverage you're looking at playing with, and are you looking more for like, are you gonna have a stop loss? Are you gonna have a liquidation level that you're looking to get stomped out on? Because a lot of people in the space, they'll go off liquidation levels. I know I used to go off liquidation levels, especially when I'm swing trading and I'm really involved in the market. What kind of leverage are you looking at playing with? Are you asking me specifically, um, like what leverage that I would recommend, or let me see if you answered. That's all things that I would be Looking at going long tomorrow. What kind of leverage are you looking at playing with? Are you doing like a 2x or a 3x? How much leverage on isolated margin, or um what are you looking at? Um, there seems to be strong support around these levels in the more macro time frame. So we have a lot of support right here. If this ends up breaking, and it looks like we are going a little bit lower, this is a lot of strong support. This is on the daily time frame. So this could act as resistance. So if we go below this level right here, hit it as resistance, and then continue down, although we do have a lot of support, the around like the 12 hour, the 6 hour, around those areas, we're gonna have a lot of strong support on things like the EMA ribbon. You see that right here. So we have like there's a lot of strong support on the macro time frames for all the moving averages to support your long. There's just all the resistance right now is in the short term. If I go to the hourly chart, if I go to the 30-minute chart, there's a lot of overhead. Like the EMA is going to be over there. There's a lot of consolidation, so there's going to be VPR support ahead. So in the short term, I think we're going down. In the long term, yeah, going up seems to be more so what these charts are saying, based off of support and resistance. Um, Let me see what you're saying. I'm just curious, like what kind of long you're interested in. Are you doing a 10x long, or you're doing a 5 to 10x long, 5% stop? Okay, and I'm guessing you're looking for an entry. All right, 5 to 10x. So five. So okay, and yeah, you have a stop loss. All right. Let me get a long pulled up right here just so I can get an idea of what's going on. We'll go on the daily. So long position, we'll open that. You see, I was doing a lot of longs on some swing trades, and those have been doing extremely successful. But um, Bitcoin's price is just so high, and it's just if it goes south, it could go south really good. So I'm glad that you're doing a stop loss of 5%. All right, so like if you were to long it right here, which I'm not recommending, but just to give me an idea of what's going on, you get stopped out like so. Like what I would do, like anybody would do is you would look at these symmetrical triangles if you're longing it, and potentially you could catch a wick. We've been seeing a lot of wicks, and the thing is that like what you have to be thinking about, and like when you're going into this is, get the wicks that are scary. Get your long position on the wicks that are scary. If we just get a wick like this, get that, because like there's so many buy orders, especially if it's in newer price discovery in relations to the price. Like if we get like a wick down to like 33,000, 32,000, maybe you cost base in average into a position. I don't know. I like to cost base average into longs. I don't know what your exact strategy is, but taking like a little bit, like if I'm doing like $1,000 position, I'll put a little in at like 200. I'll put like $200 in at a certain like wick, and then I'll just keep cost base average down, just so my stop loss, like my entry price, is constantly being averaged in. I'm sure you already know that, but like textbook would probably be around here if you're expecting this consolidation pattern to hold around 34,390. It's risky. Like we could definitely see a wick down, and so what I would like putting in like $100 maybe if you like are really thirsty for a long, and then you could possibly catch us bouncing up here and start to take profits as it's bouncing up right here. This is another great area right here, like around 32,584. Um, if you put some in right here possibly. Um, Again, we do see wicks, like it's not gonna hit these perfect. So if we see a wick, get the wick, and then just understand that there's a lot of buy orders stacked up. There's a lot of buying pressure, And the thing that I think about in your favor, if you're talking about doing a long, is the CME's future gap. We have a gap around 37,000. And so, if you get that, if you catch that gap, oh my gosh, that would be gorgeous. We would go up like two or 3,000 dollars on Bitcoin's price, and I mean, what I would do, as a trader, is I would start out on like 5x, or you're doing like Bybit or something. I would start out on like 5x if you're doing 5 to 10. Like, and it's just like, I just been in these markets, like, it's just not worth the stress and everything like that. Like, if you really want to go 5 to 10x, I would just do 5x, cost base average in, figure out where we're going. I don't know how thirsty you are for this trade, and I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. I just mean like right now is not like optimal time for a long position. Like I took a long position on Ethereum yesterday, and it was just gorgeous. But I'll tell you guys, like, oh my gosh, this is a long position, and right now it just seems like you're hunting for a long, and I don't mean that in any disrespectful way, but like cost base averaging in, maybe starting out on 5x, and then as the trade starts to go your way, and as you start taking profits and stuff like that, then turning up the leverage to 5, 10. CryptoFace does that. CryptoFace is a insanely talented trader, and that's his strategy. So um, starting to look for like a long position like around these levels. Obviously once we get to these prices, we'll see what the market sentiment is. 34,400, 32,434, and then obviously this neckline. um yeah, well, these would be the long ideas right here. This line and this line would be the consolidation. And then this is the neckline for this double topper, head and shoulders. So yeah, I mean, getting the bottom on these consolidation patterns would be the idea traditionally, and then you would just have your stop loss. Let's see what you're saying, if anything. Okay, I caught some good wicks at the bottom when the RSI was on 15. Was that what time frame were you on? If it was on RSI was on 15 and hour was under 25. Geez, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I mean that's what I would do. Is get those wicks that are scary. There's a lot of FUD going on in the market right now with like but it's not going anywhere. Like UK is like having some stuff with Bitcoin. Are you in a long position right now? Do you need anything like right now? Um, but in the next 20, like, do you have a long position opened, or you're looking for an entry? Sorry, I'm just trying to get like a better understanding of what exactly you're looking at. But this is my chart right here, for more so towards the daily. Um, We got this consolidation. We got a lot of nice support. This is that Ichimochi cloud. Yeah, I mean, nobody knows where those wicks are going to go. But, like, if you can get, like, what we would do, like, what I would do specifically is, we know the market sentiment overall in the macro chart is bullish. So, what I do is I would pull up an EMA like this, maybe get a death cross, something like that, on maybe like the hourly chart. The 20 crossing against the 200. We have a drop in Bitcoin because of that, and then as we start to get a bounce, like open up a long position there. That's like a really good idea. And we had a cross on the 4 hour earlier when I was streaming. So let's see if there's any ideas like that. So right now on the hourly, it's just bearish as far as the idea that we're below all the moving averages right here. So Bitcoin's gonna have to move above all these moving averages. So like throughout all the time frames, what you're gonna see is we're gonna need some buying pressure. And then obviously, like about BTCD, Bitcoin dominance. Like a lot of the money is just not in Bitcoin right now. It's consolidating. We have a low and then a higher low right here on the hourly, but um and then this is that head and shoulders that we're looking at. Like if you're looking at a long, maybe Something like right here, like at the bottom of this, just depending on if we get a bullish wick. Like if we don't, like if we slowly come down here and we don't get too many bullish wicks, taking like a long position right here, like if you're, I don't like using the word thirsty for longs, like that just sounds disrespectful, but if we, I could definitely see the price off this head and shoulders coming down to test this position right here, and then getting a bounce after maybe we lick slightly below it, but we still have a higher low, and then we move higher, and that gives you a really good entry position. We'd also find support at this channel right here, and that would give you a really good um, entry long position to start out with. The only thing is like in these markets, like with the uncertainty and everything, like I would just be taking profits because it's just consolidation. Not anything now, just looking for an entry. Okay. Yeah, so like that would be like a shorter term, like riskier, like it would most likely work out, but I wouldn't take that either. Just like in general, a long position, like what I look for is like on the 4 hourly. You can't go to the 4 hourly there. Okay. So like on the 4 hourly, like the 200 EMA, the 20 EMA on the daily, if they touch those in wick, those are gorgeous entries just in general. I'm sure you already know that, but we can take a look at where our EMAs are at. But yeah, like what I would say like is like, look for that volume, and then as we get across, like we have a cross right here, so like right here. Um Let's see. So right here we had this cross followed by this downside continuation. So like if we have a cross like this and it's not on a higher time frame like the 4 hour, which is a little more substantial in printing out candlesticks, but if you can catch something like this, then you're gonna see a bounce most likely just because the sentiment's so bullish. If that makes sense, like you see a cross like the right here. This isn't a death cross. This is the 20 EMA crossing the 50 bearish cross. We see continued downside, but this isn't really continued downside. Like this is just because we got this cross. And so we usually see these crosses in these bullish environments followed by a continued upside. Like obviously we have this bearish engulfing cross idea right here. So we see the continued downside, but after we start to see a reversal, you know what I'm saying? Like if we get a death cross, like maybe on the hourly chart, and we get that long wick down, long it, if that's what you're looking for, and then yeah, this would be an idea. Are these consolidation patterns right here? But like really what you want to do is like what I do and what, I'm involved in a really big trading community, and what everybody does like when you're professionally trading is what you would do to get the best like risk reward situation is you would go on like you go on the daily. You would look at this huge consolidation pattern. I'm gonna zoom in. This is like exactly what I'm gonna tell you because I can't believe I wasn't thinking about this. The market's just a little bearish right now, so that's probably why. But so what you would do is you would look at this triangle right here. You would look for a breakout of this triangle, and then you would look for like a 1 hour, 4 hour close followed by supporting volume, and then you would open your long position, and then you would put your stop loss around this area. Depending on how big they are. Sometimes, like when you're looking at like trading books or when you're actually like professionally looking at where you would put your stop loss, you usually put it below this. You would put it below this bottom of this consolidation pattern. So you'd put your stop loss right here. This might be a little bit more risk than what you're associating. Maybe not if this is 5%. I'm not entirely sure. We can measure it out. But yeah, let me play that out for you real quick. Because you would get your long position, you would open it approximately right here, wait for the, so like you could open it, it just comes down to how much are you willing to risk. You could open it right here as soon as it breaks out here. That's going to give you the highest reward. That's also going to give you the highest risk. What I would do is I would wait for it, just like me personally trading it. I wait for it to close the hourly, and I look at the market sentiment. If the market sentiment's good, then I'll open a long position. If it's not good, I'll wait till the 4 hour close, and then 4 hour close above this, and then you open your long position, and then essentially what you would do is you would put your stop loss like right here, right below this point right here. This is textbook. And so what do you have right here? You have a 7% loss, and then you would get the measured move. So you would take, let me zoom out a little bit. You would measure this right here to right here. Then you would get the breakout. If this is the breakout, we're assuming right here. Then you would zoom in, move that up here. I was talking about this before, but so you have this right here, and this is a little more risk than what you originally told me, but yeah, that's about. So you would have essentially about a 3 to 1 risk reward ratio, a little bit more than that, which is textbook. This is a textbook trade right here. Like I would wait for something like this. If you want to get, so that would be like what I would do. That's like more so my risk tolerance. But if you had even less risk tolerance, or if you had even, yeah, if you had even less risk tolerance, what you would do is you would wait for the breakout. I'm going to delete this right now. But yeah, that's a great risk to reward ratio. Like it's a little over 3 to 1. But what you would do is you would essentially wait for the breakout, wait for it to retest this upper trend line right here before continuing higher, a bear or a bullish retest. Now, if it was to go below this line, then obviously it's a failed retest and you'd wait for it to break above it. But if it can go above this line, hold support, come back down, this holds support, you're basically confirming this is support, and then that's probably the best area to long it. But there's always that idea that it just continues to go up, so it's like what you're willing to risk, what you're willing to reward on a professional trade like that. I hope that helps. I need to take more profits. I keep waiting for 100. Yeah, so that's the thing. I had a hard time with that in the beginning because I understand the fundamentals about like Bitcoin and all that stuff, and you really, fundamentals are fantastic and all that, and yes, Bitcoin's extremely bullish, and yes, we can have like all these great targets and everything that, realistically, like I don't like telling people, I was telling people when Bitcoin was 10,000, I was telling people it was going to 100,000, and we're almost halfway there at this point. So I'm extremely bullish on the markets. Like I hear you, but yeah, just taking profits. Like as far as like when you're taking profits, like a good place to look is like Fibonacci retracement. So like if we had this move right here, you could measure out the fibs. Let's see. Yeah, because like I want to give you some fibs like to take a look at to start taking profits. Like you just want to take things off the table, and like I don't want to say like greedy, but it's really what it is, and that was the case with me. Like so like right here before you hit this measured move, you'd have this fib right here, so maybe take profits right there. um, just different areas, obviously psychological levels. So like if this was the case, you would have you would have like you would take it at like 44,000. That would be a psychological 45. All the psychological levels. You would look at like the momentum And oh, if it's like you would look at the like intrinsic, because it's not going to go up in a straight line, as so as it's like forming different patterns, as it's consolidating, as it's going up, if there's like a head and shoulders that's possibly going to play out, and it's like, oh, this is bearish. Like anytime when I'm trading a chart pattern and it's breaking out, and I see it's gonna be like, oh, like whenever I see something and it looks bearish, like whether there's bearish divergence on the MACD, I'll say, okay, I'm gonna take a little bit off this trade. Every time there's something bearish, depending on how bearish it is, that's how much I take out of the trade, if that makes sense. So like if we're getting a lot of volume on this breakout and then we start to lose volume, I say, okay, that's a little bearish. I'm gonna take a little bit out of the trade. So I hope that helps you out. Like just calculating different like bearish factors as we're heading up, and then taking profits according to those bearish factors, and then also keeping not just looking at the moving averages, but also looking at Fibonacci retracement areas to take profits is a great strategy. I hope that helps. If you have any more questions or anything, just let me know. I'm more than happy to talk about it. Of my trades for 10 to 25% gains, yeah. Yeah, and like just cost-based averaging, kind of like what he was saying, I guess. Cost-based averaging is what I do. Maybe I don't know entirely based off your question. If you're just like looking at this measured move and expecting to take everything out there, that's great, and obviously that's gonna make you the most money. But I always will cost-based average these moves out. So like I'll take a little bit off at different levels. And then also vice versa though. So this is also very important to add. Like if I'm in a very profitable trade, what I'll do is like if it's very bullish, like if there's some like extreme bullish, like we're getting like bullish divergence on the MACD, we're getting hidden bullish divergence, whatever. Like if there's bullish factors, I'll add more money to the trade. So like I weigh out like as we're going up into the trade, I'll weigh out like the different like is it bullish, is it bearish. If it's bullish and it's like very bullish and like trend, the volume, everything looks good, then I'll add more to the trade that I'm already in. So if I'm already in like a $10,000 trade, I'll add another like 1,000, 2,000, whatever, just, and I'll add the money based off how bullish it is. And then but when I do add the money, when I add more money to the trade, obviously keep in mind that that raises your entry price, and so I also am very quick to take profits as soon as I add more money to the trade if it is looking bullish. I hope that answers your question. That's what done. Again, mine are more swing trades as of recently, because I don't like the anxiety and everything of being, and it doesn't matter how good you are. I mean, I've closed everything in profits, but like even like crypto face who will make like $1 million in a trade, like everybody's gonna stress if you're on leverage. And I remember like I used to be on like 15x leverage, and it was just stressful. It was just stressful. Like I would rather just swing trade, make some good money to earn a living, which is what I do. And like that's fine. That's fine. Don't take the stress. You don't need it. At least that's how I view it. If you're ambitious and you want the stress or whatever, take it, but that's just not where I'm at. So yeah, it looks like we have the lower low right here on the hourly, and it looks like that measured move is playing out still. This is the head and shoulders, and then I told you guys like, yeah, you could short this. Like it's just not worth the headache. Like it's just not worth the risk. Like we would be in massive profits if we took this short. Like it's just not worth it. Like I said, guys, I had that ETH position that I opened last night, and that did exponentially well. When there's a good trade, I'll show you guys a good trade for sure. But yeah, this is the low and then the lower low. This is on the 1 hour. We still have this a low and then a higher low. So on the short term, we could be looking for some downside. And then volume's just not there. So um, Yeah, we're just stagnating, consolidating right now. What we want to see is like this is mainly going to be where the resistance is. Like you can see like right here, right here, right here. But I think if we do break this low right here, we're just going to breeze past all of these resistance right here. But instead of talking about it like this, let's just pull out VPR because that's just saying what I'm saying visual. All right. So on the hourly, let's look at the super trend. Super trend saying sell. I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, that's just what it looks like, but we'll see. Ichimochi is not really a factor right now. All these different. Oh, that's interesting. We could have a bearish cross potentially play out on the hourly between the 100. Is this, yeah, the 100 and the 200. The 100 crossing below the 200. Still too early to call. But if we did get continued downside to this move right here, and then we were, you gotta remember that the 100 and the 200 are gonna move a lot slower. So this is just something to look at. These are gonna be slower to move out. But if we were to get this downside and we got this cross, we would see further downside, potentially testing this low. Just something that I would look at on the 1 hour. Keep an eye on for. Do you guys have any questions? Ask me anything. Like I'm very involved in these markets and I have no problem answering your question. I mostly trade stocks, but it's closed tomorrow. Yeah, I was just talking about that earlier actually. And they were saying that Bitcoin's price is they were saying Bitcoin's price isn't going to do a lot tomorrow based off of the fact that the institutions. Oh, so that CME gap is going to be delayed till Tuesday. Yeah, that's right. I used to trade stocks too. I actually was doing calls and options. I was smart about it. I was very conservative about it. But I was making like 300, 400, $500 a day doing options. I was doing it on Snapchat with my Snapchat audience. And we were just making stupid money. I mean, you know how those contracts work, but they're so stressful, man. I just don't want that in my life. I'm sure you don't do contracts, but I was just flexing. I was like, I'm so good at stocks. I'm so whatever, and I was doing contracts, and it was just ridiculous. And I was making the money, but it was so stressful. And then we had that V-shaped recovery, and I brought up asset inflation on my Snapchat channel a long time ago. That's where my main audience is. About a year ago, I talked about asset inflation, but I would have never expected asset inflation on stocks like it's been. And then obviously, I know that like the bigger tech stocks and stuff are moving higher just because they're not as affected by COVID. Like I get the whole market sentiment and I'm in a lot of like different groups that talk about stocks and stuff. I just say I'm not interested. Crypto is where the gains are at, but I was talking to somebody like a higher like net worth individual, and they're like EV like Tesla things like that with the new current administration are supposed to be doing good. I don't know if you care about like the fundamentals like that, or if you're just uh, trading, just kind of like what we're doing right now on Bitcoin, but. Yeah, I was in stocks. I was in real estate, and I have to be in crypto right now. Ask me questions if, because I was in, I made like 400% just like long term holding, like, because I didn't want to stress that V shaped recovery. I would have put more in, but everybody, literally everybody, was like, we're going lower, like, because if you just factor in, you know, uh, the debt cycle and like this the fact that like everybody's revenues cut off in the balance sheets and most people are leveraged on their balance sheet, and I used to go over balance sheets on the channel, not on the YouTube channel as much, but um, it looks like we might be forming a possible bigger head and shoulders right here if we go up, find resistance right here, and then continue to go down. This is almost like a hammer formation right here. What is this on the 1 hour? Bullish engulfing, technically, almost. on the 1 hour. I was thinking, who knows? Let's take a look at the lower time frames to get an idea for what's going on right now. But yeah, when I was like in real estate, everybody was like, "Oh yeah, cool, cool." I was like, "Oh yeah, I like am interested in like the BRRRR strategy, and like I leverage properties and I appraise them, and I like to get good buy-in and all this stuff." And then, because my dad, is a big executive and he has like a big portfolio, and I do it with him, and people are like, "Oh yeah, real estate," and then like stock market, same thing. Everybody's like, "Oh yeah, you do stocks." Like that's cool. Like I would talk to people about stocks. Yeah, bullish engulfing on the 15. Some higher. This idea is still not negated until we go like 50% above this. This idea is still in play. We could find resistance, but you have to remember this is a smaller time frame, and this is a less significant EMA 20. I'm gonna pull up some more super trends saying we're going down still. Itchy mochi. But yeah, whenever I was in real estate, whenever I was in stocks, we were like, but every time I'm in crypto, oh my gosh, I was at a family, I was trading, leverage trading crypto, I think during Christmas time, and I was making like a ton of money back then. And my family members, like my cousins, those kind of people, they were all laughing at me. And I said, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, I really don't. I've done all the research. I've been very involved in finances, and crypto is just where the money is. Like, I don't care if it sounds dumb or whatever. I don't know what to tell you. It's where the money is. If you remember back in Christmas, Bitcoin was 25,000. It just went to 25,000 in Christmas time, and it was going 26, 27. And I said, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, this is where I'm making all the money. Like, yeah, I could be more socially acceptable and I could go into real estate, and you guys might seem that as like, oh, like classy or whatever. But who cares what other people think? Crypto, regardless of your opinions, this is where all the money is right now. And, when I was going to school to be a doctor, I was cashiering on the side. And I would tell people about crypto back when it was like 7,000, 10,000. People would laugh at me. I said, I don't know what to tell you. I was telling them put money into it. They didn't listen. That's a 400% ROI, unleveraged, since we talked to them about it. But yeah, I was in stocks for a little bit. All right, what are you saying? I got half in crypto, half in stocks. Okay. I don't. I'm not, like, it just depends on your age, like what your risk tolerance is. But then also, crypto is starting to like more. Do you have any money in gold or silver or crypto and stocks? I know gold is more so keeping your wealth, and I know that gold markets are manipulated. Um, Heavy manipulation. Not so much. J.P. Morgan got knocked. They got knocked. I'm laughing so hard because gold markets are manipulated so hard for so long. But what cryptos are you in? What's your portfolio look like? And more so for me, I'm looking at more so like I have a lot of Bitcoin. I have a lot of Ethereum. I have a lot of Cardano. Cardano's been freaking killing it. Ethereum's so underrated right now. Bitcoin, anti-inflationary asset against all the inflation that's going on right now. I have Chainlink. Chainlink's been freaking killing it. I got Chainlink so early. Like, I don't even want to talk about it. I got it early, so it's up like a 10x or something from when I started buying in heavy in Chainlink, but it's a hold. It could go up to 50. Um, what's your portfolio look like? For crypto specifically. No gold, no silver, mostly Bitcoin, ETH. Very conservative. Are you a Bitcoin maximalist? I used to be a Bitcoin maximalist when I first started getting into the space, but Cardano is just the future. I mean, really look into it. Go up to Charles Hopkins. Look at what he's doing. Really smart guy. He reminds me of Bill Gates. I don't want to say anything personal, so I'm not going to, but he reminds me of Bill Gates, kind of like how the internet started up and Bill Gates was like super prominent in that, even though Bill Gates like stole his stuff from Steve Jobs. We're not going to talk about any of that. But Cardano is kind of like that, like um, Amazon or that, but like going off of the analogy of like the startup of the internet, whereas like cryptocurrency, like this new technology, blockchain technology, like Ethereum's good, but the Ethereum gas fees are very high. I don't know if you've looked into that at all. They're trying to fix it and they're building dApps, decentralized applications on the Ethereum network to try and solve that issue. And but Cardano is just set up so perfectly. So Bitcoin's a generation one cryptocurrency, came out in 2009. Ethereum's a cryptocurrency Gen 2, which came out in 2014, whereas Cardano's a Gen 3, and their Shelley program is super decentralized. It's more decentralized than Ethereum, according to Charles Hopkins, the creator of it. It's been for performing like insanely. Let's see what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, what do you think about Polkadot? Yeah, so I actually have Polkadot, and I got in so early on Polkadot. I love Polkadot, and Polkadot's one of those things where there's not really a competitive. So like when you talk about stocks, and I don't know if you like hold them long term or whatever, but whenever you're talking about a company or you're talking about a business, you say what's their competitive advantage? Like what's the marketing? Things like Apple are gonna take that market cap. When people think about a cell phone, they think about Apple. When they think about, they don't think about Samsung. So most of the market cap for cell phones is going to go over to Apple. Well, it's the same thing. Like, what's the competitive advantage for the competition? Polkadot doesn't really have any competition because it's not trying to be like the basis for decentralized applications like Ethereum and Cardano. No, Polkadot's trying to and this is why it's moving so high. Like very smart people that understand that Polkadot really doesn't have any competition in what it's trying to do. I mean, you could say Cosmos is similar, but the Polkadot is just insanely good. You look at the team. Before I go any further, it's a little bit overvalued in my personal opinion. We're still in price discovery. Also, it's a newer cryptocurrency. It just came out. And so we're still in price discovery on that, but it's a little bit overvalued, but who knows, it just came out. I was having a hard time staking it, so you get your cryptocurrency wallet for Polkadot, and then you stake it on the network. And I was trying to stake my Cardano or my Polkadot on the network and find people to run a node for me, and I would, tip them. I don't know how like far you are into crypto and if you understand what I'm saying right now, but like I would try and stake my Polkadot on the network to essentially, if you're in stocks, it's basically a dividend. And none of the nodes that were running were accepting my tips, and the network wasn't just optimizing. So I couldn't stake my Polkadot. I essentially couldn't earn a dividend on it. So I'm unstaking it and I'm selling it and taking profits. I think I'm up like over 200%, something like that at least. I haven't really looked at it. It's good. It's just a little overbought, but the thing that I do like about it is there's no competition. What Polkadot's trying to do is they're trying to bridge different current cryptocurrencies together to run optimally with each other. Like they're trying to bridge, and they're doing it brilliantly. When you look at what they're doing, it's great. Hey man, short-term thoughts on Bitcoin price action. Yeah. So let's go to the 5 minute. That would be like the lowest time frame we would look at. But like VeChain, maybe something like maybe not as high as intrinsic value. So it looks like we're seeing a small correction. These are, like bullish candlesticks, and it is going above this, testing this Ichimochi cloud right now. Let's consult the super trend. It's saying buy, so it looks like a little bit of reversal. This is on the 5 minutes, so in the shorter time frame, it looks like it is moving higher. Let's go RSI and MACD, get some indicators on the shorter term. MACD, RSI. So yeah, super trend is saying that and then we'll zoom out a little bit and see. So yeah, this Ichimochi cloud, and like I was saying, this part of the Ichimochi cloud is usually strong, and then this is all just typically resistance. It looks like it's breaking above it. Let's look at volume. Volume's not trending as high as I would like to see it, but so we could see a pullback, a small pullback, before potentially moving higher if that is the market sentiment. We are forming a strong uptrend on the MACD on the 5 minute, and this looks like a three white soldiers, obviously, bullish engulfing. So very on the 5 minute, there's some good candlesticks printing. This isn't confirmed yet on the 5 minute, but we want to see this volume continue to trend higher. But it's not bad right now. MACD, we're getting, yeah, that definitive down uptrend. RSI is going. Zoom in on the RSI, see if we can get some divergences. Morning star, it looks like. I mean, but this is just a 5 minute, so let's go to the higher time frame, see what we're looking at. 30 minute. Bullish engulfing on the 30. Touched this. I believe this is the. What is this? People are like, I don't know, they're your indicators. You touched something and looks like it found resistance at whatever this is. It's not the super trend. It's not the EMA. Oh, here we go. It looks like it's the yeah, it's the 100 EMA is what it looks like on the 30 minute. It potentially found support there. Or resistance, sorry, my bad. Resistance. Alright, so let's go back to this idea. Let me just take a quick look at the idea for what we were looking at earlier with the head and shoulders pattern and see what that is. I want to pull out a Fibonacci retracement and just kind of get an idea for where the market's at now that we got to look at the lower time frame, and then I'll get back to your questions once. Okay, so essentially what you're looking for right here is you want to see, is this candlestick right here, is this candlestick going to move 50% above this body and then close above this body 50%? Then you could see some move higher. If it continues to be lower than this body 50%, so like 49% below this body close, then we could continue to see lower. But yeah, this idea that we're possibly moving higher, we need more information. Trend is your friend until it ends. We have this low and then this lower low, so that idea is still in play. And then, like I said, like if you're a little bit more nervous on, what's going on right now, like I would still, my stop loss, if I was a shorter, my stop loss wouldn't be triggered yet. So definitely still some selling pressure. Let me see if there's any questions in the chat. Thoughts on short-term price action? What's a good exchange for altcoins for US VPN? Yeah, I use a VPN. Um, yeah, no, I wouldn't. If that's you're talking about Kyber network possibly, yeah, that's really high gas fees if that's what you're talking about. If not, like, just, are you talking about Kraken possibly? Just a little bit of clarification on the abbreviation, but good exchanges for altcoins would probably be Binance US. But I had Binance. I had Binance, just the regular Binance, and they actually kicked me off of it, unfortunately, because they're not allowing U.S. citizens to use it, even though I had a really good VPN. They basically were like, you have to withdraw your funds, and like I had like I had all these like really exclusive altcoins that weren't available to United States citizens, and that was but they kicked me off that, so I wouldn't recommend that. That's just not safe, and I don't think they'll let you on even with a VPN. But you can try it, but I wouldn't recommend it because they usually do kick you off once they figure out that you're not a United States citizen. And then Binance US, if you're going to get more involved with altcoins, if you're just kind of looking for something like, I'm not going to get entirely involved with the space, but you still want to own your own keys, you still want to own your own crypto, crypto.com's not a bad option. Coinbase has a lot of the more larger market cap. That's backed by Coinbase. Coinbase has insurance. Um, Coinbase and Crypto.com, they have a little bit higher fees. Binance US doesn't. Binance US is a little less safe as an exchange. So if you're taking your crypto off of exchange and putting it into like a Coldware wallet, or if you're taking your crypto and putting it into like a Coinbase wallet, some kind of wallet off of Binance US, then because crypto exchanges do get hacked. Like we had KuCoin get hacked. We've had some exchanges get hacked over the time. Forget who else got hacked. We've had some hacks over the time. So, do you know customer regulations where they identify you? Customer regulations as far as where they identify you. So, like in the United States, they're gonna ask for like U.S. exchanges, they're gonna be asking you for your regulations. Yeah, like they're gonna be like like know your customer laws. Like that's gonna factor in. For Binance US, I haven't set up a Binance US account yet because, like I said, I just know like the exchange because I was on Binance, and they didn't ask me for like any know your customer. Like they didn't ask me for my ID. I just funded it strictly through crypto. So if you're asking like can you get around it like as far as like not having to provide your driver's license, things like that, um any United States exchange, that's not going to be the case. I believe KuCoin is probably the biggest one that's not a United States exchange, but a lot of them are cracking down on regulations. You can't really get involved in any of these guys without providing identification. I hope that answers your question, but I think KuCoin would be the biggest one where you wouldn't have to get your know your customer laws. If that is what your question is. Sorry, just clarify your question, like if I'm not covering it like exactly how you want. I used to have Binance before they had a US version in 2017. So yeah, they have a US version right now. There's not as many altcoins as they have in Binance, which is why I preferred Binance. But yeah, getting Binance, they're gonna have you register as a United States citizen. They're gonna ask you for your driver's license, all that stuff. It is a U.S. exchange, and basically that's gonna give you the lowest fees. And to my knowledge, it's gonna give you the most available altcoins. They have a lot of good altcoins on Binance. Things to look into would be like you said, Polkadot's a great one. I like VeChain, but and the thing I like about VeChain is you talked about stocks and you're in stocks, and like when you're looking at a company and you're looking at the balance sheet and you're looking at like cash flow, things like that. Um, the VeChain has a business model. They have customers. They have an ecosystem. There's actual intrinsic value in VeChain. Now, as far as like measured, like how much intrinsic value, it's still speculative. It's a very new industry, but how can you appraise something like dot, like how much intrinsic value, and you have to factor this into how much value is are these coins giving to the protocols that they're generating. So like for example, Ethereum, you have to have Ethereum to conduct transactions on the Ethereum network, and you have to pay gas fees in Ethereum to, like for example, Uniswap, which is an Ethereum ERC token. You have to buy Ethereum tokens to trade different altcoins on to switch your different altcoins on Uniswap. Uniswap is a decentralized exchange where basically you can take something like Ethereum and turn it into something like Ocean Protocol. How do you do that? You use the Uniswap and you power it with Ethereum tokens. So there is monetary incentive to own Ethereum because it has value. So where's the intrinsic value on a lot of these coins? That's what you want to ask. So I don't want to say that, the S word just because, like, but they say, there's some garbage coins as opposed to like where are the real coins with the real value. And VeChain's a decent one to look into because they have a business model which they charge customers and build onto that business model with their token, essentially creating a token ecosystem. Again, it's more so speculation than anything. What's the intrinsic value in there? But the monetary incentive is there, if that makes sense. But just things to look into if you're looking. It sounds like you're interested in altcoins. If any of that makes sense, just ask me for clarification. I hope I answered your question. Like, if I didn't, just, ask it, like, clarify more. Know your customer registrations where they identify you. Yeah, so that would be saying error. I don't know. Let me get back to Bitcoin's price, but just ask me questions if you have any questions. I've been involved with the space for a long time, so. But yeah, they're cracking down on regulations with like all the exchanges. And I know Binance is definitely taking that seriously. So yeah, this is just really indecision. Like, the longs could be taking profits and we could move higher. You know, more looking at the macro, like we want to see like at least this bearish candlestick. We want to see at least 50% of this. But then on the same time, we want to see at least 50% of this, red candlestick move below this and close. This is on the 1 hourly. I'm gonna charge my. Hopefully the connection is gonna be good. I'm in the media room right now. Like I'll be trading and I'll literally. Hopefully the connection's good. If the connection's not good, just let me know if I'm lagging. A lot of the Wi-Fi, the router's over here. That's why I usually stream in here. But I gotta get this. So I'll just take the charger and put it. Let me go on the super trend while I'm doing this. So I'm gonna go on the shorter time frames and pull up these so you guys can get a idea for where the price is going. I'll go on the minute chart and then turn on all these technicals. But just ask me questions if you have any questions. I'm just charging my laptop because it's about to die and I don't want the stream to get lost. Alright, turn down the brightness. Alright. So yeah, just tell me if we're lagging. I'll just move out of here. It's on the 1 minute. So it just kind of just seems like indecision right here. Like, you go down, you go up, you go up, you go down. Yeah, this is on the 1 minute. So, 1 minute saying that we're moving from a downtrend to an uptrend. This is what this is signifying. Here we go. Super trend saying buy on the 1 minute. Yeah, there's a big bullish engulfing candlestick. Lots of resistance. It just broke right through all the resistance. That's obviously all that consolidation right there. And it's got resistance below it, or support below it on the immediate short term. looking bullish. Again, we're on the 1 minute, so whale manipulation could easily, and then whale manipulation is just these bigger players that can easily just move the market and negate everything we're saying. Your stream is lagging. Okay. We'll move back into the media room. I just hang around the house and freaking trade all day, make some money. That's the life right there. Alright. Let me bring you guys into my office. Uh-oh, it's not charging. Let me pull this up while I'm fixing it. Again, if you have any questions that pop up, just ask me. Right now I'm trying to charge the computer so it doesn't die. Alright, we're looking good. Alright, we're looking good. Let me just pull this chair up, push this out. Ask me questions if you have any questions. It just looks going up, down, looks like consolidation. Oh, looks like we found some resistance at this major VPR right here. Great work. See you tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, just sub to the channel. I'm on streaming all the time, so just ask me anything if you have any questions about crypto. Yeah, we're just consolidating. Because right here we have this low, but then we have these higher lows, but it's probably going to meet this, and doesn't look like a lot's going on. Saying a downtrend is perpetuating. This is on the minute chart. Let's get some more clear, concise data on the 5. There we go. I don't know, most people, if you ask a trader, they're not going to go on anything less than the 5. Alright. Just because of that whale manipulation. Alright, so on the 5 minute, you keep seeing we're trending towards a downtrend. And then that's that indecision, but then this is like almost like a morning star. And then if I was to pull up the fib, this would be right around the golden pocket area on the 5 minute. Basically longs could just be, this is very bullish, longs could just be taking profits right here before moving higher. We just need to see a return to volume if that is the case. So a little bit of indecision right here. You have a small, this isn't really a double top, but it kind of is a double top. Just because, it's just not a textbook double top. It's kind of hard to see with all the lines. But it looks like it didn't play out, so that's kind of showing bullish momentum, and this was kind of the bottom right here. This is a bearish pattern, and it didn't oh well, It did play out. It looks like it played out, and this was essentially, this could be a double bottom right here playing out. You see this right here, first bottom, second bottom. So 34.2, or yeah, 35.2. So about 700. So I mean, it hasn't played out, but this could potentially be. Yeah, I mean, this is on the 5 minute. Let me know what you guys want. Like, I can go on the 5 minute and break down the 5 minute. Like, this does look like a double bottom. This is the neckline, but this is just on the 5 minute. Do you guys care? Like, tell me what you guys want to see. Do you want to see, like, immediate short-term price action, or do you want to see more so long-term, mid-term? Give me a time frame. What are you looking for? When do you want to know? When do you want to know when Bitcoin's gonna move? Do you want to know what Bitcoin's gonna do tomorrow? Do you want to know what Bitcoin's gonna do in a week? Do you want to know what Bitcoin's gonna do in a year? Do you want to know what Bitcoin is gonna do in 10 seconds? Like, just let me know. I can get it. Just let me know. Any questions? If you have any questions about anything, just let me know. Altcoins, crypto. I was involved in stocks, real estate, all that stuff. My mind's focused on crypto, though. I had to drop all that stuff to focus on these markets just because this is where all the money is. If you're trading, just let me know. Like, I can talk to you about like possible trades. So that's that head and shoulders that we had right here, possibly playing out. And then this is kind of the other shoulder. And then if we start to head lower or consolidate and then move down, this would be a massive head and shoulders. So this would be the first shoulder, the head, and then the second shoulder possibly be playing out. Or right now we're in that. It's kind of hard to see, but this is basically what we're watching right now. Potentially this move on the higher time frames to 34,414, and we're just seeing what's going on. But this would be the measured move if this move does actuate, which we're just lacking in volume right now. I think we do have the confirmation on the 1 hour of this measured move. Let's see. So it's right here, right here, right here. Yeah, we definitely have the move. So we have the confirmation. So, oh, it's right here. So, yeah, I mean, we have. Oh, we don't have the confirmation on this head and shoulders. So if you have the shoulder right here, the head, and then the shoulder, we would want to see this price go below 35,700, 35,073, and then hourly close below this level to confirm this head and shoulders pattern right here. This one has been confirmed. This would be the neckline right here. And then we did get a candle close. This is on the 2 hours, so yeah, we definitely have an hour and a 4 hour close. So we're just watching the price action right there. Any questions? Just let me know. Alright. Price action moving down. I want to see an hourly close halfway between this, and then that would signify essentially consolidation. If we the closer, basically what we're looking at right now in the charts is the higher up this closes, the more bearish. If it closes 50%, we're looking at this line right here, this red or this green candlestick. So if this price action right here closes 50% above this green one right here, so approximately 35,221, so it'd have to come up, then that would be continuation bullish. If it starts to close below 50% of this green candlestick right here, close above it, so if it was to continue to go down and close, then we would continue to go down according to these candlestick formations, especially because look at that ginormous wick down. Super bullish. Or super bearish, my bad. Super bearish right here for sure. And then this is kind of just consolidation. This is a low and a lower low. So this idea of still moving down is definitely in play on the higher time frames. Any questions, just let me know. Anything, altcoins, BTCD, you want to see the DXY, you want to see the S&P because it's correlated with Bitcoin. Anything, just let me know. Well, we're not going to go over the S&P just because it's closed tomorrow, but just let me know what you're looking for. You want to know what Bitcoin's going to do in a second? You want to know what Bitcoin's going to do in the next 10 days, the next year? Just let me know what you're looking for. Comment. Alright, we're going to the 4 hour. This is where most people trade or start trade. Some people are too good for the 4 hour depending on the trader. I'm not saying that I am. I'm just saying that, and like to their point, like just depending on different trades, most people will look at like just the daily and they only make a few trades. But this is where most traders start to look at the price action. What do we have here? I think we have a cross right here, so that's interesting. This is important. This is on the 4 hour. Let's take a look at what we're looking at here. We have a bearish cross, it looks like. Let me see what exactly we're looking at. So this is indicative of a downward price action. Oh, is this a bullish cross? What the heck? Let me zoom in. I'm having a hard time looking at this. What do we got going on here? Is this labeled wrong? Yeah, this is labeled wrong. Wait, is it? This looks like the triple MA, so this is the triple moving average. It looks like it's the 20, the 50, and the 100. And it looks like we have a... Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we're... Okay. I was tripping. I was thinking that the 50 was crossing the 20. I was like, as a technical analyst, I was just like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so yeah, the white line is crossing the green one. Okay, the 20 is crossing the 50. Okay, so yeah, bearish. Got it. I was like, I'm sorry, what? Okay, so this is on the 4 hour. We just got a bearish cross. The 20 MA, so the 20 moving average, the average of the last 20 days, just crossed with the average of the last 50 days is a bearish cross. Not extremely substantial, but it's definitely indicative of some lower price action, downside, potentially. What are we seeing on the charts? So it happened right here, and the fact that it didn't play out, it says to me that we're consolidating or that the markets are just bullish. I'm gonna go so more with the we're just consolidating, especially when you have this idea right here of this ginormous, but we are moving. Yeah, but we do have this. So yeah, I'm just gonna go with we're consolidating. The fact that this is not getting acknowledged. Ask me questions. Let me know if you have any questions. You want to know what's going on with Ethereum. We just closed, or we opened long on Ethereum last night. Absolutely killed it. We were up $1,000 today. So like any altcoins, anything going on with Bitcoin, whatever, talk to me about different assets. Just let me know what you want. So it looks like I mean, I wouldn't call this yet, but on the 4 hour, you know, you have this low, a little bit of, oh, no, never mind, that's negated. That's our measured move. So, if you're new, you're tuning in. Basically, we have a lot of resistance on the lower time frames, like the 4 hour. We have a lot of resistance area. This is like the Itchy Mochi cloud. On the midterm to lower time frames, we have a lot of upper resistance, like on the VPR support, and then on the higher time frames, we have a lot of support. We have a lot of resistance on the lower time frames, like the 4 hour, and then on the higher, like the daily, the weekly, we have a lot of support. Volume's not very strong, and there's a lot of indecision in the markets, and we're essentially just consolidating until proven otherwise. We did have a measured move. We had a what was it? We had a head and shoulders formation that we were looking at that's potentially, I'm not gonna say negated, but it doesn't look like it's playing out, which is a bearish target, and essentially I would just say it's consolidating, but we're still potentially looking at that move playing out. We're just waiting on volume, if that makes sense what I'm saying. Basically, on the 30-minute, we have a head and shoulders. Possibly, this is the measured move for it that we were looking at. We were looking at we pulled up the Fibonacci retracement earlier, and I wanted to see, are we, going to these levels, and then are we going to switch trends and move higher and totally negate this idea? And we looked at the Fibonacci retracement a little bit ago, and I had to take it off because that's just not the case right now. This is still consolidation, take shorters taking profits, uncertainty in the market before possibly moving lower. That idea is not negated yet. Any questions, just let me know. So zooming out, like exactly what we're looking at. Let me zoom out a little bit better. We're in this consolidation pattern. This is on the 4 hour time frame, but we're towards the bottom of this consolidation pattern. It looks like there's a lot of bullish momentum, and the fact that our head and shoulders on the 30 isn't playing out as fast as it should be, and it's consolidating, shows me that there's a lot of bullish momentum in the market. And if we do touch this bottom trend line right here, moving up higher and continue to consolidate does seem to be the market sentiment. If you have any questions, let me know. But it just seems like Bitcoin's being boring. Everybody thinks Bitcoin's being boring. It's just consolidating. And so Bitcoin dominance is probably going up. That's probably where all the money's going. That's why it's consolidating. That's what we've been talking on this channel for a long time about. If you have any questions, let me know. Like, I'm really here for you guys, so ask me any questions, like about altcoins, about Bitcoin dominance, about DXY, like anything to do with cryptocurrency. I've been involved with this space for a long time. And we have absolutely killed every prediction, everything on all my different social media platforms. So just any questions you have. Yeah, BTCD, Bitcoin dominance continuing to drop. All the money's going into altcoins right now. Super trend saying sell on Bitcoin dominance. So essentially what we're looking at right here is how dominant is Bitcoin in the marketplace. Right now there's 66, possibly like 67% Bitcoin dominance is like how much like money is in Bitcoin. About 66% of the market cap of crypto is in Bitcoin, and then the other 24%, 23% is in altcoins, which is pretty substantial from what we've seen. You know, it used to be like 90, 80% Bitcoin. We go to the 5 minute just so we can get an idea of what's going on. And then last time when we were looking at Bitcoin dominance, it just seems like people were taking profits and like altcoins, like stuff like that, people were taking profits because we were just consolidating is what I saw last time. We were probably like right here or something. I don't know. Sell, so it's saying continued downside. But look at this. Sell, buy, sell, sell, buy, sell. So this is just like consolidation. It doesn't look like there's a clear trend. Yeah, and it says that on the MACD. So you have an uptrend, downtrend, uptrend, downtrend. Like it's just consolidating. Lots of uncertainty in the altcoin space right now. We'll see. The crypto community is saying that BTCD is going to continue to fall. Say whatever you want. I like to listen to the charts, but those are the experts in the space. We don't know. Uncertainty on the charts is, and I'm not going to give my personal opinion. Ask me any questions. Let me know. So this is on the 5 minute chart. I want to get some candlestick patterns and some candlestick readings in, so I'm just going to clear this. Obviously, we know there's a lot of resistance, and there's resistance on the Ichimoku cloud right here that it looks like Bitcoin just broke above this strong level of resistance on the Ichimoku cloud in the 5 minute. Alright, and we're just moving further into this cloud. This would be potential resistance in the immediate short term on the Ichimoku cloud. Volumes continuing to drop, trending downwards. So you would measure right here to right here, and it's obviously in a downtrend. As prices, let's see what price is doing right now. Price is just consolidating, technically moving down, and as it's moving down, yeah, it's just consolidating. So you have that double top idea that ended up playing out, then you essentially have this double bottom idea. Necklines right here. And then you essentially have, I guess we can draw a line right here. Let me guys know if you want like the second to second update, the 5 minute, the daily, what you think's gonna happen, like what's gonna happen with Bitcoin in the next 10 years. Like, let me know what you guys would like to see on the channel. Okay, so I'm gonna draw this to give you to orchestrate what's going on right now. So essentially we had Bitcoin's price, we had this essentially double top right here. Bitcoin comes up, finds resistance, comes up, finds resistance, comes down, finds support, bounces off, and then this breaks the resistance. This was the previous resistance right here. Bitcoin couldn't break above these levels, and then essentially it's just flipping it as support, and we could see continuation to the upside. So we're testing this potential new support level on the 5 minute is what's going on right now. Ask me questions if you have any questions, or tell me like what you guys are looking for as far as Bitcoin's price. You guys are here to look at Bitcoin's price. What are you guys looking for exactly? Let me know, because I can answer your questions. So it looks like we're breaking the support line that, let me see. So, I mean, you could draw it as a support channel, but VPR support is probably the best way to go around it. The problem with VPR support is it's not going to show you need a technical analyst like myself to go over like resistance flip support, because even the VPR is just going to show previous price action. The more frequency in a certain given area, the higher these bars are going to be. But so yeah, we can do a trading channel. Like essentially right here is where we're looking for support, and that seems to be the case. But the fact is, volume is just falling off a cliff. Let me zoom in if you can't see that. Bitcoin goes up, volume. So the market looks like it's leaning more towards up, but we're also in a downtrend in the immediate short term. So we have a high, a lower high, all that stuff, and then you have a low and then a higher low, which is more of a consolidation pattern. And then yeah, you have a low and then a higher low. So this is more so just a consolidation pattern right here. And then like yeah, the resistance flip support ideas right here. But we're not touching any, like if I go to like the 4 hour, we're not touching anything major, we're just consolidating. See, if I go to the 4 hour, we have all these big ideas that I'll show you. Like if these necklines get broken, that's substantial. If this consolidation gets broken, that's substantial. We can have some massive moves. But right now we're just consolidating towards the lower line of this consolidation pattern right here, but the market sentiment on these higher time frames is bullish. Yeah, we're downtrending into this, possibly touching this trend line right here, bouncing up and then continuing to consolidate into this until potentially we possibly break out. I don't know what's been going on with my throat recently. Alright, so anything, questions, like anything that you want to see, just let me know. Just ask me, I'll go over it. You have a question about any altcoins you're looking at, you're like, oh, this guy covered this altcoin, I'll tell you about it. I'll let you know about it. We can talk about it. Just let me know what you guys want to see. That seems to be the sentiment, is, yeah, I mean, like right here, we technically broke this neckline. Did we? Yeah, technically right here we broke this neckline, but we found support on it right here. So right here the price wicked below this area, and this double top would have played out, but it didn't because there's so much buying pressure, there's so much, is this a wick? Yeah, this is a wick. So we have this, until this wick gets broken, short term, mid-term, we're looking good. Well, I guess this is the 4 hour, so mid-term we're looking good. We have this low, higher low, until this price action goes below this wick right here. This idea isn't negated. There's a lot of support right here. There's a lot of bullish ideas. If the price goes low, it has to go like at least here for us to start considering this trend continuation. It looks like we're going to continue to consolidate down, find support, and then bounce higher. Altcoin season, yes, especially down in these lower levels. But it seems like people are taking profits on altcoins because BTCD is consolidating. Any questions? Let me know. I'm not getting any questions. If you have any questions, just feel free. Like, it doesn't matter. Just, if you have any questions, just let me know. So yeah, we still have this potential head and shoulders on the 30-minute playing out. I know it's hard to see the head and shoulders on here because I'm on the 4 hour. I can go over that if you guys want or if you guys ask for it, but I have the measured move for it right here, down around 34,500. 34, a little bit below that, 34,473. And that would kind of bring us to that idea of, touching this line right here. That would perfectly touch this line. And then I'm expecting bullish momentum to push us back up into this consolidation pattern. And, we're consolidating, and we would need to see a return in volume. As we consolidate back up into this pattern, it's just going to be boring. We're not going to see anything substantial. I was talking to somebody earlier, and they were looking for more massive returns on their longs. They were expecting a little bit more out of the market. And like if you're looking at this channel and you're thinking, I own Bitcoin maybe, and that's maybe your thing, and you're saying, is it going to go to zero? It's not going to go to zero. There's no way it's going to go to zero because it's not possible. Just the fundamentals, like people tie down their Bitcoin into cold wallets. There's companies that have bought like MicroStrategies that have bought millions, hundreds of millions of dollars worth, and they're in cold wallets and they're not on exchange, and so it can't go to zero because that kind of money isn't the institutions that are buying it. They're not planning on selling it anytime soon. A lot of the price fluctuation has to do with retail, and retail can only move up the price or down so much, and a lot of retail is bullish right now, and maybe the 50% that aren't, they only have so much power over the market. And then is Bitcoin's price going to go to 100,000 tomorrow? You'd have to, I think the market capitalization on Bitcoin's about 400 billion. So like I said last night's stream, you'd have to get like Warren Buffett and Bill Gates to put all their money into it to essentially get Bitcoin to 80,000. Now I'm not saying bearishly this, because do I think Bitcoin's going to 80,000? It will. I know it will. But, and I called this, all this high price momentum when Bitcoin was at 10,000. I said it would go to 40,000. I said it'd go to 100,000. But overnight you're not gonna see $400 billion poured in. So we're consolidating right now. A lot of the money is going into altcoins, and like even if you have Bill Gates, who cares? Like he's in Microsoft. Most of his money's in Microsoft. He doesn't have that liquid capital. He doesn't have 400 billion on tap to move these markets. Ask me questions about altcoins. Ask me questions about Bitcoin. Like anything, let me know. But all I'm telling you is Bitcoin's consolidating. It's not doing anything substantial anytime soon. Volume is trending down. But yeah, like Warren Buffett, most of his money's in Berkshire Hathaway. So, I mean, most of his money is not even really his money, it's his company's money. And if he's going to sell his company, who's going to buy it? It's worth, So, I mean, nobody really has the money besides these giant hedge funds if they want to go all in tomorrow. I don't think a hedge fund's going to put 400 billion in tomorrow. So, if you guys are coming in, you're like looking for some massive gains or to see if Bitcoin's going to do a massive gain or a massive loss, we got to wait till this consolidation triangle breaks. And it looks like it's going to break towards the downside. I don't think that's going to happen though. Even if it does, there's so many buy orders stacked up, which is what I was talking about a lot. And I was talking about it last night because I actually had to hop on last night because I think it was right here last night, possibly. There was a giant downwards wick. I think it was right here. And I had to hop on last night and tell everybody that it was going to be okay. And then, yeah, we had this, we had upward price. I hopped on last night and I was like, because there's this giant wick down. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's probably people freaking out in Bitcoin right now thinking it's going to zero or some crazy stuff. So I had to hop on last night and basically tell everybody, look, we're fine. There's a lot of buy orders stacked up on Bitcoin. Most people are longing it. Most people have a bullish sentiment on Bitcoin in the market right now. If we did have like some giant candlestick down right now, it would just get bought back up by the buy orders that are literally stacked by all these people trying to get into these prices down here. If that makes sense. So, like, the big move in Bitcoin, like if you're looking at this and you're like, oh no, it looks like it's about to fall down out of this ascending triangle. There's so many buy orders stacked up right here. Even if it does fall down, it's gonna get bought back up immediately. If they continue to push it down, it'll get bought back up again. If they continue to push it down, this is just gonna fill more and more buy orders. And if it does, continue to go lower, then it will be slowly, if anything, and we will cover it on the channel. Nothing to worry about. Alright, no market cap, what is this saying? No market cap, why is secure token ahead of Bitcoin at the moment on market cap? Okay, so on market cap, why is secure token ahead of Bitcoin at the moment? So I'm not sure what secure token is. I've never heard of it, and I've been involved in Bitcoin for a long time. Are you sure you're saying that right? I've never heard of secure token, and there's nothing ahead of Bitcoin as far as market cap goes. Maybe I'm just not understanding your question on nomics. Um, on market cap, why is secure token ahead of Bitcoin at the moment on nomics? What is nomics? Sorry, I've been in big crypto for a long time, but I'm just not understanding. On nomics, like on tokenomics is what you're saying? Go on nomics real quick. I'm so confused. What is this? Nomics. Nomics. Do I search it in Google? I'm so confused. If anybody else, it shows all market caps on all altcoins. Oh, on nomics.com. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what secure token is. I know it's not in the top 10 cryptocurrencies. I'll go on CoinGecko for you, which is what the community would recommend. Like, I can go on CoinGecko market cap right here. CoinGecko. This is like an industry standard. Maybe this nomics that I've never heard of, maybe it's just an unreliable source, is what I'm thinking. Uh, it goes Bitcoin, Ethereum. So yeah, Bitcoin, Ethereum, USDT. This spot is going down. Polkadot, XRP. This spot could go down. ADA should take XRP spot. Okay, go there, please. It is right now. Like I said, it just seems like it's an unreliable source, and this is really where you want to be getting your information from. Bitcoin clearly has the number one spot by far. I don't even know what secure token is. I've never heard of it. Um, but that's fine. If you have any other questions, if anybody has any other questions, just comment right now. Somebody's saying on nomics. Okay, maybe. Yeah, I've been in this market for so long, and I've been correct about everything. I don't want to sound arrogant, but like just on everything, like I'm so on top of these markets, and that is 100% what I would say. I mean, I can go on here, but like there's not really a point to it. Um, CoinGecko is the industry standard. I don't even know. Yeah, and then like on any exchange you look at, like whether you're on Coinbase or uh, anything, nothing is going to tell you that I've never heard of secure token, and like I'm on so many different exchanges. I'm on crypto.com, I'm on Binance US, I'm on or well, I was on Binance, and then I was on crypto.com, Coinbase. Like I wouldn't even know where you buy the secure token. I was on Uniswap to get some more low cap coins. I'm very involved in the community. I've never even heard of secure coin. So, just to answer your question, please ask me questions if you have any questions. I don't know. I hope you weren't trolling me. I don't think you were. I mean, you said you subbed. But yeah, I mean, just look at CoinGecko. That's the industry standard. This is a new industry. So, CoinGecko isn't really up to par with where it should be, but it's the best that we have in the crypto community. If not, look at different exchanges. Kraken, Gemini, Binance, all these different exchanges will tell you that information, and none of them say anything about secured token. Um, Now, if I think that Cardano is going to take that number one spot in the future, yeah, I do. Not in this not in this bull run, but it will. It will. ADA. All right, so we have a low, and then yeah, I mean it's the same. This is a doji candle right here, so this just shows indecision right here. And then this is bearish, so indecision candle mixed with bearish engulfing shows more of a downside lenience on the 4 hour. And then this idea of basically if we come down and then we would have to get above this VPR support on the 4 hour. So we would need some buying pressure, but I think we'll get it if we start stacking up limit orders, which we already have limit orders if those start stacking up and getting filled. Let me know if you guys have any questions. It's actually is secure cash, I mean. So, I mean, we have US Tether, secure cash. I've never heard of secure cash. Secure cash. I mean, I can look it up, but like, I want to give you like validity to what you're saying. Uh, oh, is the abbreviation, but no, I'm not trolling. Okay, so yeah, let's look it up on CoinGecko, 'cause this has like everything. Um, all the like you can have like the 500th cryptocurrency on here, but this would be called the ticker symbol. So the ticker symbol is SCXX. Secured cash. Sheesh. That's why I never heard of it, bro. I'm not trying to be mean, but I don't know where you got your information from. Doesn't really matter. You're on the best channel right now. It's number 2000th on CoinGecko. Like uh whoever's telling you this, whatever the deal is, they're trolling you like crazy. I don't even know what this is. Securecash.com doesn't even sound like, you want like a .org or something like that. This looks like some scammy stuff where it's just like, that's some sketch stuff. For real. Maybe you get in and it's a low capper and it 10x's. Good luck. Uh, I'm not putting my money there. It looks like a pump and dump scam. You guys, so like, I'm not bagging on you at all. I'm just saying, if you're newer to cryptocurrency, there's a lot of scams in crypto. So, and a lot of pump and dump, rug and pull, scams. So you might put your money into something like that. The person that owns it is basically pumping the price, telling all this good stuff, like, oh, we just, I don't know what they're telling you, but and then after all this like hype, they basically and all these people are bought into it, they'll basically take all the tokens out, sell all the tokens, leave you with the bag, and you're left with a worthless cryptocurrency. So don't get a don't get a scam pulled on you. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's nothing there. There's no potential there. I wouldn't put my money there. Yeah. I'm glad you asked me so that you're not putting money there. I don't even know where you would buy that from, especially because you're newer to crypto. You're not going to find that on any normal exchange. So this is kind of the doji still playing out. I mean, you maybe you go to Uniswap. I don't even want to look at Uniswap for you and get you the IP address because or the Ether scan code for that so that you can apply it on Uniswap. I'm not even going to do that for you. I'm not even going to teach you how you would buy that token. Stay away. Okay, that's like worse than gambling. Alright, well, I'm glad you brought that up to my attention. I mean, the market cap was high. That's why I was curious. Wasn't there yesterday. I just saw it was on Nomics. I never saw it that high. I'm only in Beeth and Itcoin. Just curious why I saw it at number one. Yeah, I would just say you want to look at more reliable sources. Like I said, industry standard according to everybody is CoinGecko. So according to CoinGecko, it's like 2,000 whatever. So like that's nothing. Like that coin isn't on like low cappers. Like when you talk about low cap gems in the crypto space, or when you talk about like micro cap coins, that's in like the 500 to $1,000, or the 5,000, like the five, like the top 5,000 or whatever, or the top 500 to the top 1,000. That's what I mean. The top 500 to the top 1,000. That would be micro cap. And like there's like anything less than micro cap is just absurd just to begin with. Like if you understand what I'm saying, like looking at like if you're looking at like number 571 on CoinGecko, like that is a extreme long shot where if that coin was to play out, you would see 100% returns on your money. A thousandth, like you like sometimes it's like 700th whatever, and that's a micro cap coin. And there's some potential there, but like what you're looking at right there, like there's no potential for that coin. That's insane. That's 2,000. That's position 2,000, and they don't even have .org in their name. They have .com in their name. They have a Discord group. Maybe it's up and coming. Maybe they're trying to be like the new Tether, because Tether has to answer to the SEC. So maybe with the Tether lawsuit, they're trying to come up to take some of Tether's market cap. I don't know, but definitely risky. And like, secured cash, it's like, it kind of sounds like to me like DAY, like die, or um like Tether, yeah, where it would be backed up by like the dollar. So what's even the market incentive, you know, if that makes sense? Like with Tether, it's not an investment. You're not investing in Tether for an investment. With DAI tokens, you're not investing in for the investment, if that is the case. I'll use your source. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. If you have any questions about anything, just let me know. Yeah, because that's just like the industry standard. That's really our best tool that we have in cryptocurrency is for like looking at different coins is CoinGecko. Although most people are just gonna look at exchange, like Coinbase or something like that. Possible double top, neckline right here. Hasn't broken it yet. This is on the 4 hour. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, you get that idea right here. So we have this top. We have this second top right here. We have this playing out right here, potentially. Not confirmed yet entirely. So if we had this neckline break and then we had this double top play out right here, the measured move would be significantly below these levels, but like I said, the buying pressure. So it'd just be really interesting to see how this plays out. We need more volume, but we're going to go to the lower time frames to see where volume is and what the market sentiment is. Let's see what the super trend's saying. Super trend saying sell on the 4 hour. .1 hour. Okay, bearish engulfing. Not confirmed yet. It hasn't closed. But this just is indecision right here. So you have this candlestick that closed right here because it's a green candlestick. This candlestick opened right here. It went up, but before it went up, it went down. So it went down, went up, closed right here because it's a green candlestick, and now we're down. So this is just indecision. I mean, with a tendency towards the downside, because you have this ginormous bearish candlestick, But then right here, well, I guess we're not going to talk about this because this is more so you can start to see the head and shoulders that I'm talking about, possibly playing out with the neckline and that idea. And that idea isn't negated. You know, we saw this earlier, and I said, well, hold on a second. You know, we can still see this idea play out. You know, just give it some time, and we could be possibly seeing. You know, if we close a bearish candlestick, a bearish engulfing, we could see that this move play out down to the 34,436, which would be it would literally, like, look at this measured move. I didn't even try to, I just measured the head and shoulders. It would touch perfectly right at the bottom of this consolidation triangle. Ask me questions if you have any questions, please. Anything on your mind, let me know and I will go over. Okay, so I think this is a typo in Netrix. On metrics, it's 8.6 billion. Yeah, so Bitcoin's market cap is 400 billion. Maybe the total supply of the token, Bitcoin's is hard capped at 21 million. I'm doing I'm doing typos to looks like okay, on CoinGecko and on metrics, but yeah, I'll use I'll use Gecko. Good night, fellas. Yeah, so just to answer your question, if you're still on here, basically, maybe you're looking at the total supply of coins. Bitcoin only is hard capped at 21 million, whereas secured cash, that might be, you know, a trillion coins. But just because it has a trillion coins doesn't mean that, you know, if there's a trillion coins but nobody's buying them, essentially, you know, the idea. Whereas Bitcoin's only 21 million and each one is valued at 35,700 currently. 35,159. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so it looks like we might be getting that bullish engulfing candlestick closing on the hourly. And then that would consist. And so, like, essentially what I think is playing out, like I talked about earlier, is we have this head and shoulders playing out, this move playing out, touching the bottom of this, and then continuing higher slowly. Decrease in volume on the 1 hour. Let's go to the 5 minute. Decrease in volume on the 5 minute. So more so that just means consolidation. This is a bearish candlesticks with decreased in volume, but that seems to be where the price wants to go. So like there's just a lot of indecision in the market, a lot of consolidation, not a lot going on like I've been saying. You know, I was saying consolidation back here. Guess what? It basically consolidated. No real moves. Up, down, up, down, up. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm just calling it how it is. And down, up. Probably going to go down. Probably. Because it's consolidating. Doji, inconsistent. 5 minute. Undecided. Another doji. Got 2 dojis in a row. I mean, what more do you want? Down, up. Alright. What more can you ask for? We'll go to the 1 minute. And I'll get all of the analysis pulled up on the 1 minute and we'll see. I'll tell you what, you know, I've been trading these markets for a long time. Everything starts on the 1 minute and moves up to the higher time frame. So we'll see. Super trend saying sell, right? Yeah, it looks like super trend saying sell. Yeah, super trend saying sell on the 1 minute. You can see the red right here. EMA ribbon. Oh wow, that's new. So lots of EMA, lots of moving averages. Bitcoin is above right now on the 1 minute, so bullish in the immediate short term. Cute. I guess I can look at, I guess I can go over EMAs if you guys don't have any questions. Please ask me questions, and then I'm going to go over EMAs, MAs, and then I'm going to head off for tonight. Yeah, lots of support right here, and Bitcoin's above these different moving averages, printing some bullish candlesticks to negate this bearish idea. And it looks like we're not just, again, this is on the 1 minute, so whale manipulation, which is those huge players can easily just, you know, manipulate the price. Any questions, please just ask me. I'm going to be going over EMAs and MAs to see some crosses potentially, or some support levels. We're going to start on the 1 hour, move up to the 4 hour, and then go to the daily, because that's what you do as a trader. Those are the most people don't even trade on the daily because they're too good for the daily. But here at the Best Crypto channel on the internet, we're not too good for anything. Alright. So we're going to get that moving average, yeah, so EMAs, volume decreasing, you know, just consolidation. Alright, so it looks like we do have a cross. Oh yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Okay, so it hasn't played out yet, but I was telling you guys keep an eye on this cross right here. So we're looking at this if price continues to hold down at these levels, or if it continues lower slightly. We're possibly going to see the 100 EMA cross the 200, so we would see continued downside. And I was talking about this idea earlier. So essentially this is the idea, this is the practical application. So if we do see this head and shoulders play out, measured move, touching this line right here, this could drive this price right here, these moving averages. Again, like I said earlier, this is the 100 and the 200 EMA on the 1 hour, so these tend to move slower than these smaller time averages on the moving averages. So it would be slower, but if this did cross as we did go down to these levels, that would push the price down, potentially wicking it, and then we would get some possible buy orders around these areas, and then price would continue higher, maybe touch this trend line before bouncing, give some people a heart attack, I'm sure. But definitely ask me some questions if you guys have anything that you would like to know. Altcoins, BTCD, what's going on in crypto, FUD stories, you know, I'm up to date on all the news and everything. Let me know. So that's bullish on the 1 hour. We're printing bullish engulfing. I told you it starts on the 1 minute. We saw that 1 minute, and then so go to 30 minutes, see if there's any crosses. No crosses on the 30. Price action is below all these moving averages. The price action is below, so that is bearish in the immediate short term on the 30 minute. 2 hour. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Alright, let's see what we're looking at. Alright, keep an eye on keep an eye out for, it looks like the 50 crossing the 100 on the 2 hour. So this is a bearish cross if it does play out, and if this cross does play out, then again we would see downside, but Bitcoin's price on the 2 hours got a long way to go up before it negates this bearish candlestick entirely. We want to see at least halfway, so yeah, it's got a little bit of room to go. And then we want to see it close, and obviously these longs are most likely going to be taking profits. Alright, so yeah, that's what we want to see. We're looking at this. We're looking at the what was it? The 1 hour, the 100 and the 200, and then on the 2 hour we're looking at, as soon as these cross, if price continues to be trading down at these lower levels, or if it continues to go lower and this cross comes in, it's going to drive the price even lower, unless there's some limit orders and it's all factored into the price. But that is a bearish indicator. If it does play out, it hasn't played out yet, but it looks like it could cross. That's my point. Um, yeah, we had this cross earlier, which had that downside that we were talking about. Bearish cross. That's on the 3. I don't let people trade on the 3. And then, yeah, we were talking about this earlier, I believe. Yeah. And so we had on the 4 hour, we had this cross, bearish cross, and then price went down lower, and it looks like we're wicking. And I told somebody earlier, I said, get a cross like this. You know, make sure you get that wick, and then the buying pressure in these markets is just going to drive the price up so you can long it. Somebody asked me their opinion earlier on getting into a long entry, and I said something like this, and then the buying pressure will move the price back up. Yeah, we called it. I can call this market all day long, but I'm not going to tell you guys specific trades until we have a perfect setup because I don't play games. Um, you know, we're not gambling here in these markets. I mean, people can gamble on other channels. We don't gamble here. So I'm only going to give you textbook plays, and I have 100% accuracy in trading, longing, everything. And then longer time frame, daily, we're above all the moving averages. So bullish. Oh, I thought this was a bearish cross. I was like, what the heck? All right, so we went over the EMA. I'm gonna go over the MA, but I want to see if you guys have any questions before I do that. Just ask a question, and I will get to them if you have any. Any questions, anything you want to see, just let me know. All right, we're gonna be looking at the MA. All right. Look at these fat lines, gorgeous. Okay, yeah, so we're above. Yeah, price action is above, bullish. Daily, that's all we gotta say. Let's go to the 4 hour. Bitcoin's below these. Oh, look at that cross. I think we were talking about that earlier. Did it cross? So that's gonna be bearish. I think we talked about this earlier. Let me see, let me zoom in entirely to see if there's that cross. Yeah, so it looks like we did have that cross. So we could see, you know, this idea take a second to play out, which is definitely a possibility, and that could help the head and shoulders pattern play out that we were talking about on the 30-minute. The other thing is, if this does not play out, and the price doesn't go lower, that just shows how bullish or how much consolidation is in the market right now. But this is bearish. This is the 20 crossing the 50. Sorry if you can't read my coding. Basically, the lighter the color, the smaller the moving average. So this is the 20. This is the 50 bearish cross. 20 is crossing below the 50. That's how we do it on this channel. That's our color coding on the moving averages. Then we had this idea and downside. We had this idea and some more downside. But so this is about as bearish as it gets. Where's the blue one? Oh, this is just the triple. This is just the MA. Okay, yeah, this is about as bearish as it gets. You got the 20 on the lowest, then you got the 50 in the medium, and then you got the 100 on the top. So this is a very bearish. And then you have the price action below. So this is about as bearish as it gets on the 3 hour. But it looks like a lot of this bearish idea, you know, has already played out. So, but these will act as resistance lines as Bitcoin potentially goes up. This is like 36,100, 36,300, 37,000. Ask me questions. I'm about to get off. I was just going to go over these moving averages to see if there's any And I think I talked about this earlier. Possible support on this MA20. This is only on the 2 hours, so not substantial support, but definitely a moving average to keep a look on. And then these would act as resistance. This is the 100, and then this is the 50, both bearish. Both this 100 is pretty substantial, but it's on the 2 hour time frame, so relatively substantial. 36,456 possible resistance for Bitcoin. 1 hour. Do we have any crosses? No crosses, it looks like, yeah. No crosses. Again, we have that idea of the 20 being support, 50, and then, right around the same area as the 2 hour, the $36,970 range for the 100 possible resistance. And then as like just to, I've already talked about this a lot, but if you guys are just tuning into the channel, a lot of the lower time frames there's a lot of overhead resistance, and then on a lot of the higher time frames like the daily, there's a lot of uh I'll just show you. Like if you look at the daily, the support's going to be on the bottom. And that's what you're going to see with all the different EMAs. And so there's a lot of support here. So if you're concerned about this, essentially this giant, because now we're on the daily chart, this giant symmetrical triangle breaking to the downside, we have a lot of support on a lot of bigger time frames, which are more significant, providing us support. Ask me questions. I'm about to get off. Ask me any questions you have about cryptocurrency. Let me know. I'm about to head off. But essentially, what's going on in the charts? What we're looking at right now, we got this consolidation pattern. It's heading towards possibly the downside. Towards the more towards the downside. We have some ideas towards the downside that we went over, like a head and shoulders on the 30-minute. And if those ideas do play out, and then we had some bearish crosses on that we just went over on the MA, on I believe the 1 hour and the 2 hour, the 2 hour for sure, I believe, like the 20 and the 50 crossed, and some bearish patterns. So on the 4 hour there was one. And if those ideas do play out, if Bitcoin's price does end up coming to touch the bottom of this consolidation pattern right there, like I said, there's a lot of limit orders, there's a lot of buy orders stacked up in these levels. So to look at the price, like if it was to come down, we would see a lot of limit orders filled up, lots of buying pressure to move it back into the higher consolidation patterns, or move along here in a small uptrend. But to just say that just because Bitcoin's price is trading right here, it's going to break below this. There's so much support here. Like I can just pull up the Ichimoku cloud. Let's see, EMA ribbon. Like you can just see all the support. There's a lot of support on these higher time frames, which are significant. So to say that this is going to break out of this consolidation pattern down just because it's towards the bottom right now, I would disagree. There's a lot of very strong support and a lot of buying pressure at these levels. People are looking for long entries to start longing this thing. Ask me any questions. That's kind of the ideas that we're going with on more the macro time frame. Ask me any questions. Altcoins, BTCD, Bitcoin, anything. I'm about to head out. But yeah, we have 100% accuracy on this channel. This is the most underrated, hardest working channel on the internet. Last night we longed Ethereum. We're up over $1,000. We longed it live on Ethereum. We lived it long last night on this channel. You can go look at the stream. I got into Ethereum around 11,440 live on the channel. Started taking profits today around 1240. So over $1,000 in price. In one day, we absolutely killed it. We have a glorious long position on Ethereum. We're making money every single day in these markets. if you're at all interested. And I give you guys the setups, but just right now we're consolidating. There's no moves. Like I'm not gonna tell you, oh, buy right here because we don't know. But cost-based averaging in maybe right here. Cost-based averaging in. I was going to college to be a doctor, so I don't have that financial advisor. But like, JP Morgan, they were saying Bitcoin was a scam, when I was forexing my money in this stuff. Like, who cares about these financial advisors? Their education is so poor. And for what it's worth, I'm very involved in crypto. So, not financial advice legally, but just my opinion as somebody that's very involved in the crypto markets and has a lot of experience trading profitably 100% all the time. All right, so maybe like cost-based average and maybe, like if you're just like an average person and you're like, I'm looking at Bitcoin and stuff, it could go up, it could go down, we don't have all the answers right now, but I would say, if you have like $1,000, let's say that you're investing in, maybe $100 at like 34,538, maybe $100 at 32,556, maybe some limit orders, some limit buys, and then maybe cost base average down, put like 20 bucks in here, 20 bucks in here, 20 bucks in here. If it like starts to go down, the cost base averaging in is what's recommended. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. If it breaks below 27,600, this is where we would start to set a lower low. So we have this low, and if we broke below this low, we would have a lower low on the higher to midterm time frames, and we could start to see the price come down and this double top or what everybody's talking about, which we were talking about so early on the channel, this head and shoulders pattern possibly play out. It's kind of hard to see, but definitely it's easy to see this head and shoulders right here on the daily, or this double top on the daily. So, and then the measured move would be down to around 24,000 if that was to play out. But like I said before, if we are to move lower, like into those levels, which is very unlikely, if we were to say come down to like right here, there's so many different people trying to buy in right here. There's going to be so much buying pressure. There's going to be so many people that have limit orders. If you're newer to just investing in general and you don't know what a limit buy is, essentially people are saying on their brokerage account, if Bitcoin goes to 26,000, put in $10,000 essentially is what people will say on their brokerage account. So then as Bitcoin's price starts to go down, it's going to constantly be getting pushed up because there's going to be money flooding the market because all these positions, all these long orders and all these buy orders are going to be getting fulfilled, if that makes sense. If it doesn't, ask me any questions. But I got to head off. We streamed for 4 hours tonight. We're the hardest working channel. Everything I've talked about in this channel has come into fruition. We had an extremely good trade. We had Ethereum trade up $1,000. We had Cardano. I told you guys last night to look into Cardano. I said I highly recommend it. I told you the night before we're up 29%. 29%. You put $100 into Cardano, you listened to me 2 days ago, you're up $30. Last night you listened to me about Cardano, you're up another $9. Ethereum's massively underbought, but I'm not necessarily telling you to buy it. I haven't looked at Ethereum tonight. I just know that just in general. Let me know what you guys are thinking. If not, if you don't have any questions, I'm gonna head off. But essentially we're just consolidating. Essentially we're just consolidating right now. Alright, well, I'm gonna try and stream tomorrow, and then I'm gonna try and stream tomorrow night. And then, like, I stream 3 times a day on this channel with some incredible accuracy, and we just call stuff all day long. So, sub to the channel if you're at all interested. Um, and somebody asked me about Polkadot earlier. Somebody asked me about some of these altcoins. Ethereum's the name of the game right now, and Bitcoin dominance is consolidating. So we'll see. Everybody's saying that Bitcoin dominance and all these altcoins are going to do tremendous, and a lot of the people that have 200, 300,000 subs on their YouTube channels are saying, oh, Bitcoin dominance is going to continue to fall, and it most likely will. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and people are most likely just taking gains on their altcoins, and the prices can only pump so much in the short term. But according to the charts, which I'm going to go off of, we're consolidating. So lots of indecision in the charts, and I'm not going to bring in my subjective opinions. Bullish engulfing on the daily. Bullish engulfing on the daily. We don't have a close, but essentially this is just about a doji, some indecision right here. Essentially is what this daily candlestick temporarily means. But we have a bullish engulfing. It's not confirmed on the daily. That will be huge if the daily closes above the 35,000, essentially 36,000, which is where it's at right now. If it closes there, that's huge. It'll keep going up. Alright guys, sub to the channel if you're at all interested in Bitcoin's price action. I'm done for tonight. What's happening right now pumps up. What's happening right now pumps up right now, or resistance any at 36. Yes, so I'm gonna go over, I guess, the time frames. I just covered it, like for the last 4 hours, but and I'm not being facetious, I'll help you out. Because at one point I had like $10,000 longs and stuff, and I would freak out about the price when I was over leveraged at certain points. So I have a lot of empathy. So we'll go to the 4 hour. That's where people would start to trade, and we'll start looking at potential support or resistance. So like I was saying, and so we have support right here on the Ichimoku, and then we have this, which was what I was talking about earlier. This is the MA, the 20 crossing the 50, and this is bearish, but it seems like it hasn't played out and it's been negated. Bullish engulfing on the 4 hour. Lots of EMA ribbon. Let's see. I'm gonna put in all the indicators to see if we have any potential resistance. Then we'll get VPR, which is huge. And then we'll go super trend. Alright, so yeah, we have all this resistance in the immediate short term. This is on the 4 hour. And then like I was saying earlier, on the daily, we're going to have all our resistance towards the bottom. So on the more macro time frames, daily, weekly, monthly, all the resistance is going to be down here. On the shorter time frames, like the 4 hour, the 1 hour, all the like the EMAs, that kind of stuff is going to be above the price action. Hopefully that makes sense. And then I pulled out the VPR for you, so the higher the bar, the more resistance, and it looks like this bar is more so than anything support. If we were to come down and then find support, and there's not a lot of resistance, but these bars kind of speak for themselves. Yeah, if anything, we would find support coming down here possibly, and then moving higher. Not as we go higher, there's less and less VPR support, which is huge. We would just be having to break above these EMAs on the shorter time frames. And all the shorter time frames, 1 hour, 2 hour, already been over all of it. They all have overhead resistance, but obviously the smaller the time frame. So essentially, if you're looking for the price continuing to go up or down, you're gonna want to look at the volume indicator. Volume's trending down on the 4 hour. It looks like it's getting picked back up. You're gonna want to go on like the 15, the 10, the 30. I guess I can do that for you real quick. I'm about to head out of here, but I told you guys I would answer your question. You asked me a question, I'm gonna answer it. So volume's trending downwards. Yeah, so it's moving up, but the volume's trending downwards, buying. So then what you would do is you just go to the 1 minute. So you'd go to so you went to the 5 minute. You essentially say, well, Bitcoin's price is still going up, but volume's trending down. So you would go to the 1 minute. Okay, yeah. So Bitcoin's volume even on the 1 minute is trending down. So you would start on the 1 minute. If you were trading this or you were looking into it, if it's going up, what you would do is you start on the 1 minute and you would look for volume to increase as the price is increasing. So if the price was to go up and you would want to see volume go up, then you would want to see a close on the volume on these 1 minute. So 1 minute you'd want to see the volume go up, you'd want to see the volume go up, you'd want to see essentially the opposite of what you're seeing right now. See, you see it go up, and then you see it close down, and then you see it go close down even more, then you see this little spike, and then you see it close down even more. So you're seeing a downtrend in volume. So you'd want to see a continuation in volume, and see the price is moving down and the volume is going up. So that's showing selling pressure. All right, so I hope that answers your question. What's happening right now? Pump up right now or resistance? So like, yeah, it's just consolidating. It's consolidating. Not a lot of price action. Price action decreasing. Have a great night, guys. Sub to the channel. I'm streaming all the time, absolutely all the time. So, if you're at all interested in what's going on with Bitcoin, I've been involved in these markets for a long time, and I have an incredible track record on all my social media platforms. I'm more involved on Snapchat, and I really just, there's so many fake people making money, like just doing fake stuff. Like, there's all these courses, like, oh, buy my course, like, and make $1 million. I'm never gonna ask you for, like, yes, I know how to trade crypto. Yes, I was involved in real estate. Yes, I was involved in stocks. You're never gonna buy any of my courses. I'm never gonna sell you a course. I'm gonna help you out. It's going to be for free. And we're gonna make money trading this market together. And so I was originally on Snapchat because it was just such an easy platform to use. And I mean, I called Bitcoin from 10,000 to 40,000. I told people to put their life savings in. If they would have done that, they would have seen the highest returns. I've broken down all sorts of stuff. Blah blah blah. I was talking about Cardano, and when I was talking about Cardano, it was like 200% lower. Like, you would have 2x'd your money over the last month or two if you would have listened to me on Cardano on social media. But I'm a little bit newer to YouTube. I wanted to expand the platform. I'm not trying to do advertisements. I'm not trying to really care about viewers or paid membership. I make plenty of money. Um, I just got in, like, how do I make money? Like, I just, go look at my live stream. Uh, Last night I was longing Ethereum. We're extremely profitable in Ethereum. I make all sorts of calls. I told you guys, go buy some Cardano. Go look into Cardano a day, 2 days ago. We're up 30% on Cardano. Like, we're gonna continue to make money. We always make money in these markets. Sub if you're at all interested. We're the hardest working channel. We're the most underrated channel. I make these calls as fast, if not faster, than some of these channels that have 200,000 subs. We're so underrated. It's stupid. Um, but yeah, the sub's free. All I'm asking for is your sub. Just so I have somebody to talk to. I'm not looking to do paid advertisements at all on this channel. I don't care about that. We're making plenty of money as is. It's always like, if you're trying to sell me a course or some crap, then why do you need to sell me a course if you're making so much money? I'm making so much money. I have so much money in crypto. I have so much money in real estate. We're good. We're Gucci. I can afford to sit here all day and just talk to you about charts because we up. I'm telling you. So, and I mean, you can see my portfolio. Like Chainlink, everything. Like, bro, it's ridiculous. But and I was in stocks, earlier last year. We made 400% ROI. I still have all the different calls. Actually, on my channel, you can see me call USO and UCO. I made that call. That was on the YouTube channel. That was like 100, 200% ROI. You would have doubled at least your money taking that call. I said oil, like, we're so ridiculously underrated. It is stupid. That's my point. I'm on here to help you guys out. I'm on here to talk to you guys about cryptocurrency, and until this bear market's over, and then we can talk about real estate, and we can talk about my real estate portfolio. But sub to the channel if you're at all interested, and we're going to continue to kill it. Basically the sentiment for this channel is this: we're not fake. I'll stream right in front of you. I'll make trades right in front of you. I'll make the calls right in front of you. You don't believe me? Go look. Go look at our previous live streams. We've called everything. We'll continue to call everything on every single social media platform. And the motto: hustle, invest, repeat. So you hustle, you make your money, you invest it, and then you repeat the process. That is how you build wealth. That is how you make money. That's how you make passive income. That's how you do it. All right. And with the dollar constantly being inflated every day from all this stimulus package, and fractional reserve banking, and we don't even have fractional reserve banking. Like, I'm not even gonna get into that right now. But my point is this: we're gonna put money in the best places to put money. It used to be real estate. I was in real estate. It used to be stocks. I was in stocks. It used to be business. I was in business. And at this point, like, crypto's the place to be. So we're here. We're putting our money exactly in the best places it needs to be. That's the entire philosophy behind Hustle, Invest, Repeat. So anyway, sub to the channel if you're new. Hardest working and most accurate YouTube channel on the internet right now. Stupid underrated. So I mean, we only have like 50 subs. This reminds me of like when I was talking to my family at Christmas about Bitcoin, and they were laughing at me. That Bitcoin was 25,000 in Christmas. I was saying, oh, like, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you guys know I was in real estate and all that, and like, I was in pharmacy school, and I had to drop out to make more money doing this. And like, I tell them, I say, like, I get it. Like, cryptocurrency, it sounds, like, unorthodox. It sounds like it might not work out. I don't know what to tell you. The fundamentals are there. The money is there. And I don't know what to tell them. We almost went up 200% or up 100% since Christmas. Since Christmas it was 2,500 or 25,000. Now, it peaked to 40. If they would have stopped laughing at me for a second, so I would rather be underrated. I'd rather have people say, oh, I'd rather have people doubt me. I'd rather have a small audience and me calling the absolute best calls than have a huge audience and just not know what I'm talking about. Like, I see some of these bigger crypto channels, like, they don't got it. They're not gonna stream for 4 hours. So I'm not gonna rant. Have a good night, guys. Sub to the channel. We underrated, and that's how I like